Challenge. James Bench giving us the very latest from the Stade de France. James, certainly appreciate it. Want to remind you about CBS and Paramount Plus. Your home for the Champions League here
Question 2. Who would you rather spend the night with? A, your wife, or B?
B.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio, living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Sandoval in territory. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside corner. 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
The game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared.
Eddie Collins first played in Connie Mack's celebrated $100,000 infield, but was sent to the Chicago White Sox when Mack sold off his championship team. Collins hit over .340 for 10 seasons and played second base with such cheerful confidence in his own skills that opponents and teammates alike called him Cocky Collins.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and he has this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball, which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, or a banker in California or whatever, Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. I mean, this, and despite his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in that field, or you're marked forever.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Check! Hey, short ox! To the Raiders! Red
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip, His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube.
Armchair.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station. listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern Sports Talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Justin Waller.
Good afternoon. I don't know much, but I know one thing. We won't hear them Vandy boys whistling anymore this weekend. Thank you, Kentucky. SEC appreciates it.
Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's Memorial Day weekend, baby. Are you ready? I'm ready, Justin. Are you ready, baby? Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, I like it.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? It is Memorial Day weekend, and we are the Armchair Quarterbacks, ready to get you going. Justin Waller, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good, Mike. Hopefully, audio's coming in good. Finally got my office set back up, and well, on the way we do, we test run right live as we go. So, yeah, I'm excited with you. Memorial Day weekend, extended weekend. Looking forward to some great family time, and looking forward to hopefully watch our Atlanta Braves sweep some fish, but we'll see.
I don't know if you have the ability to raise your audio in any way, maybe get close to wherever the microphone is, but other than that, it sounds fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and dive into everything going on in the world of sports. Real quick, we'll go ahead and throw the starting lineups for you because I do have them. I was jotting them down as we're going to be doing the broadcast here at 7:20 first pitch. Dansby, Swanson, Ozzie, Ozuna, Riley. I'll get into the whole thing when the broadcast goes, but just running down who's all in the lineup tonight. Dansby, Ozzie, Ozuna, Riley, Darnode, Olson, Contreras will DH. And then you got Duvall in center field and Demerit in right field. Acuna once again will not play. This will be his third game in a row. Quad tightness is what they're calling it. I'm starting to worry that it's a little more than just that. But I know they're being overly cautious. I get that. The last thing they want to do is lose their star player for an extended period of time. But going into this series, look, the Braves took 2 of 2 or 2 of 4 against the Phillies. I would have liked to have taken last night's game and get an actual series win, but the Philadelphia Phillies are a good baseball team. So you can't hate. That's the bare minimum that you want to do at home, right? The least you want to do is split the series at home. So now we go into the game or the series with the Marlins, and they need to win this series, and they need to win it in a big way. They at least need to win 2 of 3. Marlins are a good team. They're not the same old Marlins. They've got really damn good pitching. They've got a much better offense than I was expecting going into this year, to be perfectly honest with you. I kind of watched what they were doing in the offseason, but I didn't piece it together as far as, let me put it this way. Justin, I never sat down and looked at their lineup compared to what they put together in the offseason, right? Because when they came out of the lockout, we hit the ground running. We only had a few weeks to get ready for the season. We were making predictions. I was just looking at rosters. They've got a pretty damn good lineup. I would take that lineup over a lot of lineups in Major League Baseball. It's a solid lineup. It's a run producing lineup. And the Braves are going to have fits trying to keep them off the base paths. And then once again, they're going to be facing really good pitching this weekend as they take on the Marlins. Thankfully, this time it's in Atlanta. And if Acuna plays this weekend, I do not expect him to play defense. I think he'll be DH. What say you?
Yeah, pretty much echo exactly what you say. They're going to be cautious with Acuna. You hope that someone else fills that void and steps in, and hope Dansby stays hot up top. And you want to win this series, hope for the sweep. But hey, someone needs to step in and fill that void and keep this offense rolling. Microphone any better?
It's a little higher. Yeah, it's just not as high as it normally is. I would have to blast my speaker.
I got you. I'll crank it up a little bit.
But looking at this at the same token, going on at the same time, the Mets and Phillies are playing. Now they're in New York, and the Phillies, man, they're running some clown out that I've never heard of. It might be a bullpen game for Philadelphia, but I'm sitting here thinking, man, we just went through the gamut of the Phillies starting lineup, and then the Mets first game, they get to play freaking Bobo the Clown. Let me see. Well, what was this guy's name again? I pulled it up like right before the game started. I mean, right before the show started. I remember looking at it going, who? Never even heard of this guy. It is Bailey Falter. He's got 12 innings pitched with a 3.75 ERA. And I don't have his numbers in front of me. I don't know if how many starts he's made, et cetera, because I really concentrate on the Braves broadcast. But I'm not familiar with Bailey Falter. As much fantasy as we play, I think I would have ran across him at some point. So I'm wondering if this is like a starter situation. But I'm like, dude, what could we have gotten some Bailey Falter in our life last night? And you could have arrested Nola to go take on the Mets, who you're trailing by 8 games. I mean, come on. This is why Girardi's an idiot.
What can you add to that?
Well, I'm serious, man. I mean, we faced all of their studs. You would think they would have been like, dude, we're heading to New York come this weekend. I want Nola. I want Wheeler. And I want, I guess, Gibson or Ranger Suarez, whichever of those two you want to pick. I want those 3 guys going up against the Mets. Because if we can do it, I would love to sweep them going in there. Now, you're essentially going in saying, well, we ain't going to win tonight. Here's Bailey Falter, going to go up against Cookie Carrasco. We'll see you tomorrow.
He's going to no-hit him tonight. We're
I
coming
would
pretty
love
close to it.
I would love it. I'm going to pull up his stats to see.
We closed the game. We're 7.5 back. I mean, this is positive. I mean, we're not 9.5, 10 back. We were.
Well, if they keep playing Bailey Falter every night, we're going to be.
Some fake, man.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're taking on Zach Wheeler and damn Aaron Nola. I swear, Aaron Nola, every time you think his career might be in the crapper, let him go out there and play the Braves one time. He goes out there and he looked like freaking Cy Young last night. I don't know if you caught much of that game, but it was absurd. He was mowing him down, and the Braves do the same thing they always do with this guy. They swing at early counts. And so by like the 7th inning, he's in like 60 something pitches. You're like, we're never going to get into their damn bullpen. We keep banging the ball and he's getting like 8 or 9 pitch innings, and away we go. Every time we play Nola, I don't know what it is. I guess because he's always around the plate and they think they're going to do something. And this goes back to this is the days of Freddie Freeman. Freddie was as much guilty as anybody of trying to ambush pitches. Meanwhile, while that was going on last night, I saw it go across the ticker, Freddie Freeman 3-run homer. I'm like, great. Awesome. All right.
I'm thinking about Falter here, like streaming option, who bait somebody into it. Not allowed to run, 10 in the 3rd inning, 17 strikeouts, 1 walk. I mean, it's pretty good AAA numbers. Did go 4 2/3 against the Mariners, only gave up 1 run. I mean,
well, congratulations.
No participation trophies on this show, huh?
Yeah, I just when you go into the series, the first thing I start looking at is pitching matchups, and we're so far back in the standings. You got to start looking at who the Mets are playing and who they're rushing out there, especially because of the injury bug. We talked about this last night, but the Mets have a tough stretch of games that start in about a week. Okay. And I mean, it's a stretch of games that, considering that they're missing DeGrom, Scherzer, and McGill for probably most of June. The Mets could realistically go 10-14 in that stretch. It's a tough stretch. And I'm just saying the Braves need to make up some room. I'm not saying they're going to have to we're going to go out there and go 22-2 and just crush them and go cruising by. I'm saying if they go as badly as 10-14, which they probably won't because the Mets are playing really good baseball. So even with their injuries, let's say the Mets go 12-12. Can we go out and maybe win 16 and make up like a 4-game lead? Because if you can start inching towards the division come around the All-Star break, if you're in 3, 4, even 5 games, I'm feeling pretty good going into the All-Star break, right? But this is the time period, the month of June, the Braves are going to have to pounce.
Yeah, I think you want to close. You want to end June, start in July. You want to see no more than a spread of 5. That's the worst you want to see going into July 1st. And then I think you're within reach. I'm with you. I would like to see that a 3 or 4 game. But hey, being 8.5 back, if you can close it down to 5, I'll take that. For the way that this season started, absolutely.
Tomorrow night, Phillies are going to send out Zach Eflin against Taijuan Walker. So advantage Mets again. And the Braves, we're going to see Sandy Alcantara again and his 2.11 ERA. And he just mowed us down last Sunday. And we're going to send out old Tucker Davidson and his 8.71 ERA. And let's rock and roll. Let's see how that one turns out.
Those are hundreds, not points. 2.11 and 8.7, 871.
Yeah. They are definitely not IQ points. And then Sunday, you like your chances, Max. It's Max Fried Day, and you're going up against Eliza Hernandez, who the Braves took care of with pretty good ease. The Sunday night game, by the way, Sunday night on Memorial Day weekend, you're going to having cocktails and there's no telling if we're going to have hockey or basketball that night. We will have the Coca-Cola 600, but Zach Wheeler on the mound for the Phillies, and they have not announced who it's going to be for the Mets. So Phillies got a good chance of winning that one, but they got to take one of these because Atlanta needs to make up some ground on the Mets. Even one game this weekend would be great.
Which game in the coin toss are you taking? Alcantara or Davidson?
Tomorrow, I think Alcantara is gonna wipe the floor with this, because unless Davidson comes out and does something a lot different than what he did last time out, dude, Alcantara is just nasty, and he has always pitched us difficult. And I was a little surprised, to be honest with you, that they didn't give Spencer Strider a chance at the starting rotation tomorrow. Once he came out and worked the bullpen a couple of nights ago, I knew that was it. But I mean, there comes a point where, look, I know with the Matzek injury, it's difficult to take Strider out of the bullpen, but missing that extra oomph as your 5th starter is really starting to kill them. And if Tucker Davidson doesn't pitch well Saturday, I think he's going back down to the farm. I think this is an absolute, if he goes out there and lays another egg, I don't know if they'll put Strider in, but they might bring someone. Yeah, they might be Mueller up. Who knows? Wascarino, we haven't heard from him in a while, right?
Just let him be your 5th starter for your bullpen games. Get as deep as he can. I still think it's your best option. I agree with you 100%. I think it's your best probability to close gaps until
Jesse Chavez out there. I'm like, dude, put Strider out there, see how far he can go and stretch him out each time. And he's out there mowing them down. Like, if folks have not watched this kid pitch, I mean, he's got no fear. I made the comment the other day. I think it was on Twitter. I don't think it was on the broadcast, but basically I said, sometimes it just looks like Strider's out there playing catch with whoever's behind the plate. You know what I mean? In other words, like, doesn't matter who's standing at the plate. He's just focusing. All right, man, I'm bringing it to you. Look at it. And it's just one after another. And then he'll drop a little off speed, and his off speed's still in the upper 80s, low 90s. And that's what you love to see. That's when you know a guy's got great stuff. It's coming. I just don't know how much longer they're going to keep playing this game I don't know if they're worried about how many innings they're going to put on his arm. That might be a factor. He's 23. I don't know his injury history. I've never seen anything on him as far as having injury history, But then again, nowadays, sometimes they start pumping the brakes because they're afraid of an injury.
But then you cause them Mets and your limited hours or your limited innings.
What was that?
But then you're on an inning. You're on an inning count.
Right.
If you're going to limit everyone and you do that, then you start causing injuries because you're exactly opposite of stretching them out. You are back to limiting. And then when you go and you turn it wide open come October or, September, you go to gap and, stretch them back out, get them ready for October. That's when you don't want your accident.
Could it be a situation that they don't want to stretch them out per se because they're expecting when Soroka comes back that he's the number 5 starter. Okay, I get that. But when Soroka comes back because of his injury and everything else, and hell, let's be honest, Charlie Morton's not exactly a spring chicken. Why can't we just go to at that point? Why can't you just go to a 6-man rotation, right? Why can't you just say, hey, let's keep everyone fresh for October, an October run. When we get into September and we're still chasing, maybe we have to skip someone who's not pitching well. But I would say whenever Soroka comes back, and I'll put it at sometime late July, early August. I say the month of August, man, just do a 6-man rotation. Why not?
I'm not opposed to it one bit.
I'm not either. I think
you're really going to have to protect Soroka. You're going to have to limit him because he's a gamer. He's going to want to, especially considering what he has missed over his past 2 seasons. He's going to be eager. He's going to be aggressive, and you are going to have to limit him. He will. He is a lot like Fried. He's a gamer. He's going to want to go, and I think protecting him from himself is going to be the hardest thing, and they're going to have to limit him.
Yeah, I agree. I just think, look, they've got really good arms in the pen. Some of them been struggling, like Will Smith. Will Smith's been a disaster. Kenley Jansen's going to struggle from time to time because he throws at what people call a hittable ball, right? Because he's always throwing that cutter and you eventually time it up, but it's got that late movement on it. I'm not worried about Kenley Jansen. Minter's been phenomenal. He has been absolutely phenomenal. Strider's been phenomenal. McHugh's been solid. He's been what we expected him to be. But some of the other guys in the bullpen, I would rather see Strider throw as many innings as he can once every 5 days right now, right? Than what they're doing with him now, which is bring him in for 2, maybe 2 and a third, 2/3, sometimes 3 every 7 or 8 days because they can't decide when they want to use them. If they just go ahead and scooch them into the dam, because I still feel like Tucker Davidson needs to go back down and develop. I think he's got the stuff. I think he's very Kyle Wright right now, where Kyle Wright of 2020, 2021, where I don't think Tucker Davidson knows how good Tucker Davidson is. I think he still feels like that he has to go out there and kind of nibble and, not challenge the hitters. I remember a long time ago reading a thing from Sandy Koufax, and if anyone knows pitching, I'd say that guy probably does. And he said the biggest thing that turned his career around, that made him go from a pretty darn good pitcher to what some people consider in a 5-6 year span, arguably one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, right? Is that he finally understood that he wanted you to hit the ball. When he first came up, he never wanted you to hit the ball. So it was he who was always trying to blow it by you, change speeds, trying to get you swing and miss, trying to make you look like a fool. And then he finally realized, because I want you to hit the ball. I just don't want you to hit the ball where you want to hit the ball. I want you to hit it with less contact. And, today it would be considered, what's the ball, the speed coming off the bat, right? But even back then, they knew what they were talking about. I want you to hit the ball, but I want you to ground it out to second. I want you to pop it up over in shallow territory over by third base. And he said that's when he made his change. And I think all pitchers are like that. The best I ever saw was Greg Maddux at that, right? But I'm not saying any of these guys are going to be Greg Maddux, but when you flip that switch and you start realizing, dude, I've got a hell of a fastball and I've got some breaking stuff and I've got you off balance most of the time. Come on, let's go. What do you got? And that was the difference. Look, we didn't get the win last night, but Kyle Wright last night, when they went down 1-0 off of the home run from JT Realmuto, and then they got the bases loaded and he worked out of that jam, and it stayed 1-0 for the longest time until they got to us late when Will Smith gave up the 2-run double. The old Kyle Wright would have unraveled. It would have been like a 7 spot on the board. Me and you would have been texting back and forth. Go, I'll help him pack. Send his ass back to Gwen. Can we trade him for anything? And now Kyle Wright's, to me, he's one of the best young pitchers, not just the Braves organization, but period. I think he's got a bright future. I think Davidson's got that kind of stuff, but I just think he's got to go down and same thing with Kyle Muller. Every time they bring up Kyle Muller, you see it, man. You're like, he believes in his stuff unless he's not striking you out. They got to
Strider, the future of that bullpen. Is that why they keep him back there, since they know Soroka's coming shortly? Do you see him with that no fear mentality growing into that role?
Well, I could definitely see they could be possibly grooming him to be the closer. Right?
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. A dominant closer with a mindset like that, I think I like it.
I'm not either, but I'm looking at it as for this season, they're not going to have him close over Kenley Jansen. Kenley Jansen just has too much experience back there. And he signed a 1-year deal for a reason with Atlanta. He's trying to help his stock, and he'll go on somewhere else. I don't think Kenley Jansen makes it another season with Atlanta. I just don't. They won't. It's not that they wouldn't welcome him back. They won't welcome him back for what he wants to get paid when they can put Strider at closer.
Yeah,
right?
Strider grows into a mentor role, and then you handle your Jansen situation in-house next season when he moves on.
When they drafted Strider in 2020, they got him in the 4th round. And I remember when they drafted him, everything that was written up about him was back of the bullpen. No one even thought about it, but then he developed 2 other pitches other than that just blazing fastball that I don't know where it comes from, because he looks like he's about 5'2". And
hey, don't ask questions like that, man. He's on
his
the brace.
thighs, dude, that guy's thighs got like, you remember Zach Thomas of the Dolphins? That's who he reminds me of. He's like Zach Thomas with a porn stash. He's just out there, big ass thighs, just lumbering, and he's always like standing so wide. I'm like, man, I bet when you were growing up and you were standing like that, I bet you all people could think of is, this guy's a real jerk. You know what I mean? But dude, when you can bring it, go ahead and sing it, man. And like you said, I think he's got the mentality to do it. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest difference between a lot of pitchers. They might have great stuff, but you can't put them in the back of the bullpen because you can't trust them because they get all shaky and sweaty. And you're like, oh, that's it, man. Get out of here. I almost wonder if Will Smith isn't going to be worth a damn unless he is in the very back of a bullpen, because he's got to be, he has to have the game on the line for him to be awake. Right. I don't know.
Bouncing.
But I'll tell you what, Matzik has got to get back, man.
Yes.
If they can get Matzik back, and good Lord, when they get Soroka, this pitching staff is going to be phenomenal. We just want to make sure we're not 14 games out of first place when all that takes place.
I think you're going to be within 4 or 5. I think it's going to be okay. It's going to be an interesting run down the stretch. I don't think anybody's going to gap anyone in this division. It's going to come down to the wire, and I think it's going to tighten up pretty tight between 3 teams.
I won't go through the whole thing like I did last night with Tones, but what I was referring to, they've got a 10-game road trip going out to California where they play the Dodgers, Padres, and Angels. And then they come back home and they're playing the Brewers in Marlins. That's not easy. And then they go back out on the road and play the Astros and the Marlins. And then they come back and play the Astros again. And then finish up with, as they're going into the All-Star break, they get a little bit of a break because they're going to play Texas and Cincinnati. But then to finish it off before they go to the All-Star break, they're playing Miami, and then they go to Atlanta, and they finish. And even though the Cubs are not worth a damn this year, 4 games in Chicago, and that's never an easy task to go into Wrigley. They're going to be glad that they're getting the All-Star break because that usually destroys your bullpen. So I think the Mets are going to be. I know most people say you know where you are at the Memorial Day weekend break, but I think a bigger litmus test for the Mets is going to be where are the Mets at going into the All-Star break Sunday, July 17th. What does their season look like? If they still have a commanding 7-8 game lead, this might be a long summer, right? But I think Atlanta and Philadelphia, for that matter, and hell, the Marlins are a good team. I think they can all inch closer, but it's got to start. It's got to start with the pitching with the Braves. And I think the offense is starting to come on, don't you?
I do, but you just hate to see Acuna out. I think he's the spark that keeps it all going. You can't pitch around him. That provides so many great matchups throughout the lineup that you can just force pitchers to have to throw to your hitters. I mean, you can stack your lineup accordingly because you can't pitch around him. You don't want to put him. You can't give him a base. He's going to steal it. He turns a single into he's on third and in scoring position. So, you are forced to have to pitch to him when he is in the lineup and he is on. I'm just glad it's not the knee injury, and it's hopefully something that we'll see him, like you said, probably DHing. Probably not see him in the field until probably next week. But I want to see him back at the plate, get this offense going.
I'll give you an example. I believe that, and I know a lot of people who aren't Braves fans are going to listen to this and go, this guy's an idiot. I believe Ronald Acuna Jr. is more important to the Braves lineup than Mike Trout is to the Angels lineup. Because the difference is, and I wouldn't have said that last year, but the difference is we have no Freddie Freeman anymore. So we don't have that guy, right? That's that spark plug as of right now. And when he's out of the lineup, man, like you can just absolutely feel it.
It all feeds off of it. And I mean, even Ohtani for that matter, you pick on that lineup, you take him out, it changes it dynamically as well. They have the luxury of 2 of them. But yes, for the longest time, anytime Mike was out, that team just fell off the face of the planet. It's like playing the AA squad. You wasn't even a AAA affiliate.
Yeah,
does Ozuna being healthy give you any optimism there? Being back in, getting him going, or do you just want Ronald back and you kind of roll with what's worked this past week? Because it's really it's starting to open up, and you just hate to see him come in and out of the lineup.
Well, I do like Ozuna's approach. The past few games, you could see him starting to kind of come out of it about a week or so ago. And as it stands right now, like he probably is the number 2 guy in the lineup behind Acuna. I think Olsen eventually will be that guy, but he's just struggling right now. Riley could be that guy, right? But as far as how they've hit here recently, and then right now the number 1 spark plug in the lineup is, I guess you got to say, it's Dansby Swanson.
It is. What is it? 9-game hitting streak or 10?
Yeah,
9 or 10.
They've all got some mini hitting streaks going on. I don't have it in front of me, but I heard it the other night and I was like, wow, I didn't realize it was Ozuna, Ozzie, and Dansby had hitting streaks going.
Yeah, definitely Dansby has been the spark plug for me, kind of the highlight of that offense, seeing him from his struggles turn on. And then when he gets going, they feed off each other. Once one of them gets going, it's like you said, Ozuna's getting his back together. you just want to see top to bottom that lineup hitting on all cylinders, because then that's when your bullpen comes in, and a slip up here or there when you've got a 3 or 4 run lead, and they're not all 1-run games that you're trying to hold for 4 or 5 innings. It completely changes, mindset, mentality, even approach for that matter of how you navigate through the final of that game. So just want to see the offense give some run support and not wear this bullpen out till we can get some depth and Soroka back to hopefully, everybody wants six out of every starter, but you want to flirt with it at least. It's not going to happen. You're not going to go 6-7 deep with every time you send your starter out, but you want to make sure you're getting 5. And that hasn't always been the case to start this season.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have a whole lot of time to get into much else, but the Colin Kaepernick stuff, I wanted to get your take on that. What do you think, Colin Kaepernick? They said that he had a good workout, although they used the magic words, a signing is not imminent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you see as far as, is someone actually going to sign this 35-year-old bastard who hasn't played for 6 years and wasn't very good when he played 6 years ago? I've got more faith in clipboard Jesus.
I haven't even followed it. I assumed if it went well, he would have a contract. So the non-contract does the talking. I'm going to say that he's probably a rusty quarterback that hasn't played in 6 years. But if there's a need in a roster, hey, bring him in. Do I think that all things aside from the off the field, on the field, if he has athletic talent and ability and he can improve the roster, hey, bring him in. He fills that spot and give him a contract. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know that it would be quarterback. I could see teams bringing him in maybe in another format, position, a wrinkle, kind of name escapes me, but what they used to do down in New Orleans with Breeze and was a Hill. Maybe a little back and forth, just an alternate angle, a little gimmick here or there. But are you going to spend NFL quarterback money on that? Nah, I might for a position player. Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Chance here or there, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I just,
if it was going to happen, the contract, we wouldn't be talking about it. We'd be talking about this mega deal that has been signed, and what were they thinking? He hasn't played in 6 years. So it's obviously not, workouts aren't impressing enough to the level to where anybody's jumping in line to stroke a check and they're not fighting over it.
Well, the other thing is, why do you want to bring in Kaepernick into your locker room and stir up that crap pot when you just brought in arguably the best receiver in football in Devontae Adams? We'll find out if it was more him playing with Aaron Rodgers or not. I seriously doubt it. I think Devontae Adams is elite, but why do you even want to? Because the first time the Derek Carr struggles, the most popular guy in the room is always the backup quarterback, right? And we were looking at it at the depth chart last night. I just don't even know if he's the number 2 on the team. So what do you gain from this? He's 35. He'll be 35 this year. He's 35 years old.
Escapes me. Who is the number 2 on that roster? Do you know?
They've got Nick Mullins and they've got Stidham, the kid from Auburn that got drafted by.
Not Jason Transporter. I was going to say, put that guy in. Nobody can beat him. He doesn't even run out of bullets.
So, and it's not like we're talking about 2012 Kaepernick. We're like, oh, he's definitely the number 2. We don't know that. He was awful. He was god awful. That's why he lost his job. He didn't lose his job because he started kneeling on the sidelines. So he lost his job because he sucked.
He wasn't winning games.
If he was good, you'll put up with a lot of stuff if someone's good, right? You'll put up with all the hate if someone's good. And if I'm wrong about that, that explain why LeBron James is still in the damn league and there's not a person on the planet other than maybe his mama that loves that man.
That's a whole segment. I think we should do that. That's a belly up topic.
Can we get her on the line? He must have some redeeming qualities. Sell us on LeBron. But, you know, that's just where I'm at. I'm just like, you know, it seems like a clown show, but it seems like it would be a circus event for a team that isn't really having that great of an offseason. You're trying to spark some. Honestly, it seems like something the Jacksonville Jaguars would do. Houston Texans.
Honestly, to me, it just sounds like a ploy to
sell
tickets.
jerseys.
Yeah, tickets, jerseys. I mean, you are in Vegas. You're in a diverse city. I mean,
I get it, but at the expense of what? And it's really strange because it's a brand new coach. I'm surprised a brand new coach wants to put up with that crap.
Well, I think in the wake of the departure of Gruden, maybe they're overreaching now, and I don't know, going complete opposite.
I don't know.
Everything that happened with the departure there.
It is time to step off out of here. What is your walk off for the day, sir?
Hey, it's Memorial Day weekend. Thank you, and to each and every one that has served. And I want everyone to be safe this weekend, be responsible, and hopefully we all see and speak to each other next week. Have a great one.
Yes, sir. I just want to echo that, and we're going to do the game if I can get the game, because where I was normally getting the Braves game, that entity no longer does Braves games. It's the problem of I live in the state of Florida and I can't get the damn game because I live in the state of Florida. That's the problem.
Call Daddy DeSantis. He'll fix it.
Yeah. So if I can figure out a way, I found this other outlet. I'm seeing what it's all about, but if I can find another way, Braves baseball at 7:20. If not, we'll be back Tuesday. And I do apologize, but I found out about this late last night in the group that I'm in. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, dude, they've been shutting us down. They've been ripping it down. Right. And I was like, oh, dude, that's the only way I've been doing. Normally I can see any Braves game, but I can't see the damn Marlins game. And I was using another outlet for the entire last year when it came to Marlins and Tampa Bay. Well, that went in the crapper. So I'm going to try to do my magic, but if not, I will see y'all Tuesday. But I'm going to keep the thread up, and here's hoping that we get a Braves baseball.
Best of luck, sir.
Enjoy the weekend, sir.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha, Red Polly, Blue Poncho, Do it, Rambo, give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, Ludo, Raiders, Omaha.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous tide o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Yeah, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you, boys and girls? Pull up an armchair. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and tonight we are live. The scene is Truist Park, where the Atlanta Braves are set for a 3-game series. Game 1 about to be underway versus the Miami Marlins. Ian Anderson is on the bump tonight. More on that in a minute. First pitch is on the way, and it's a fastball, 95 miles an hour down the heart of the plate, and it's 0-1. Sorry for the delay, normally on a few minutes before, but I had to figure out a way to bring you tonight's game, and away we go. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Anderson, and another fastball outer edge. This one's called for a ball, and it's 1-1. Ian Anderson, 4.04 ERA coming into the game. He's taking on John Birdie from the right side of the plate, and he rockets one over to third base right at Austin Riley. It was an atom ball. Riley didn't even have to flinch, and there's one away. Absolute missile. Good reflexes by Riley. Ball was right at him. I mean, right in his tracks, and thankfully, because it was absolutely scorched, and one away in the Miami first. Garrett Cooper coming up to the plate. After that, it'll be Jorge Soler, Wendell, Aguilar, Anderson, Stallings, Jesus Sanchez, and Rojas batting ninth. First pitch on the way is a fastball, 96 miles an hour, right on the black, and it's 0-1 to Cooper. Cooper's batting 263 on the year, 2 home runs. 0-1 on the way, right at the knees, buckling them. It was a curveball and a good one. It's 0-2. Braves will be scoreboard watching tonight as Phillies and Mets. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, and it is banged foul. And do it again at 0-2. Phillies and Mets are squaring off tonight. We'll keep an eye on that. Right now, bottom of the first, Philly and New York is scoreless. We'll keep you updated on that all night long. 0-2 pitch on the way. Changeup swung on, banged foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Lot in store for you tonight. Going to get you caught up in the world of sports. Going to get you caught up. A lot of things going on. The Braves trying to chase down the Mets. 0-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, and that ball was poked into right field. It drops down for a single right in front of Travis Demerit, and there's one on for the Miami Marlins. Demerit starting in right field tonight. Ronald Acuna Jr. still banged up a little bit, and they're not wanting to risk it, so he's not in the field. He's not in the lineup. He's sitting once again. We'll find out later on if he may have a chance to play tomorrow, but Braves are being very cautious. This is going to bring up Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler, 207 hitter, 9 home runs, 22 RBIs. We all know he can absolutely rip it. The ex-Atlanta Brave World Series MVP, pitch on the way. Fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Braves defense tonight, left to right, Ozuna, Duvall, and Demerit. Ozuna back in the lineup after taking the night off. Here's the 0-1 to Soler, and swung on it and fouled off his knee. And we'll do it again at 0-2. You heard it already. Riley is going to be playing third base tonight. Shortstop is Dansby Swanson as normal, and Ozzie manning second, with Matt Olson playing first. And behind the plate tonight is Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud doing the catching duties. William Contreras is the DH. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way to Soler, and swung on and pop foul back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. We're just getting going here. Had a little bit of a situation, maybe not being able to bring you the game that I can normally do, but I figured it out last minute, and here we are. So thankfully, learned a trick or two. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. It's a change up in the dirt, called for a ball, and it's 1-2. The Atlanta Braves, they enter tonight tied with the Philadelphia Phillies for second place in the National League East, 7.5 back of the New York Mets. 1-2 pitch on the way, another change up in the dirt, and it count is now evened up at 2-2. You got the NL East squaring off here on this Memorial Day weekend. I'd like to take this time to thank all the veterans out there. Thank you for your service. Here's the 2-2 on the way, and fastball swung on, bang to Swanson scoops it to Ozzie. It's a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the Braves lineup just around the bend. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are heading to the plate. Starting off tonight, it'll be Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson leading off has raised his average to 268. He has been on fire .775 OPS after a really slow start to the year. Ozzie Albies will be batting second. They'll be facing the left-hander on the mound tonight. It's Trevor Rogers. Trevor Rogers coming out 2-5 record, a 5.20 ERA, a 1.51 whip. Has struggled a bit, but the left-hander's got some nasty stuff, as we've seen in the past. Marcell Ozuna's batting third, and he'll be playing left field. Austin Riley back up to the number 4 spot, and he's batting fourth and playing third base. Travis d'Arnaud catching, and he's batting fifth. Olson will be batting sixth. Contreras seventh as the designated hitter. Duval and Demerit wind it out. First pitch on the way, and it is a fastball in the dirt, swung on and banged foul towards the Marlins dugout, third base side, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. We're just getting underway here at Truist Park. Game 1 of a 3-game set. 0-1 is low, down below the knees, and it's 1-1. One pitch to Dansby Swanson. Rogers kicks and fires, and it's a 96-mile-an-hour heater on the outer part of the edge. Misses for ball 2. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on in Queens tonight as the New York Mets are hosting the Philadelphia Phillies. 2-1 pitch on the way, and he pulled the string on that, swung on and missed outer edge, and it's 2-2. Nice pitch by Rogers. When he's going well, Rogers has that changeup fastball working, and it's about a 10-mile-an-hour difference. Really hard for the batters to time it up. 2-2 on the way to Dansby, and it swung on, and another changeup foul down the right field line, out of play and over the first base dugout, and it's 2-2. Braves in a strange situation tonight where they are Philadelphia Phillies fans. We'd like to creep a little closer to the New York Mets as we head to Memorial Day, usually a litmus test. We talked about this on the pregame show. I'll get more into that as the broadcast goes on. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on, popped up, and down the right field line, giving chase is Anderson. He'll catch it right outside foul territory, and there's one away in the Atlanta first. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Dansby just couldn't time it. And that'll bring up Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies batting .246 from the right-hand side of the plate. He has been tearing it up once again. A lot of Braves fans would really like to know why in the world he doesn't go right-handed full time, but he does not feel comfortable batting righty versus righty. So maybe that'll change in the future. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's a fastball at the knees, called for a strike over the dish, and it's 0-1. You've also got the Eastern Conference basketball game 6 in Boston. We'll keep you updated on that as that goes on. 0-1 pitch on the way, and swung on and missed, strike 2. It's got Ozzie guessing a little off balance. And the 0-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. They set up high, swung on him. Fastball fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. We're just getting going here. Thank you for joining us for Friday Night Baseball. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on, rolled over, and kicked foul just in front of the Marlins dugout, well wide of the third base side. We'll do it again at 0-2. Notice Jazz Chisholm not in the lineup tonight. He's been a little banged up, and they're just like Ozuna. They're giving him an extra day off or so till he's ready to roll. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Ozzie. It swung on. He fights it off, keeps the at bat alive, bangs it foul over the first base dugout, and will do it again at 0-2. Pitch on the way from Rogers. Stalling, sets up high and inside, and it's a fastball off the plate. Good eye by Ozzie, and moves the count to 1-2. One-two pitch on the way from Trevor Rogers, his 13th pitch of the inning. Here's the pitch, and it is low changeup, taken for a ball, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Ian Anderson on the bump tonight for the Atlanta Braves, if you're just joining us. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Roger, and it swung on and hit high and deep, but right at the left fielder, Jorge Soler. He's got it at the warning track, and there's 2 away for the Atlanta Braves. That'll bring up Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna, 12-game hitting streak, hitting 300 during that stretch, 4 home runs and 8 RBI and 867 OPS. So all in all, a pretty hot hitter. Took last night off as there was some concern with tightness in the abdominal area. They didn't want to risk it. So he looks like he's good to go tonight. First pitch on the way, and it swung on and rolled over, and that should be an easy out as Birdie's on it. He grabs it, fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. We'll take a break. The Braves and Marlins just getting going. Top of the second, it's 0-0.
Being number 2, being number 4.
That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley had the big home run earlier. And Austin Riley lifetime is 0-2 against Treinen. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Jock Peterson, by the way, is 2 for 4 lifetime versus Treinen. Here's the swung on, and it is rolled down the line. It's going to rattle around, and oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely scoop-a-doop down the line. How about that? How about that? Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
In 1882, William Hulbert died, and control of the National League and his old team, the Chicago White Stockings, passed to his second in command, A.G. Spaulding.
The magnet must be a strong man among strong men. Everything is possible to him who dares. Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
The railroads had Commodore Vanderbilt. Big Steel had Andrew Carnegie. Big Oil, John D. Rockefeller. Baseball had Albert Goodwill Spaulding.
Welcome back here to Baseball. The first pitch swinging for the Miami Marlins, and it is a quick ground out over to the right side to Matt Olson, and there's one away. There's a curveball low in the zone, and Wendell went fishing. And there's a quick out number 1, and that'll bring Jesus Aguilar to the plate. Aguilar batting 5th in the Marlins order. When we saw the Marlins last week, he was predominantly batting 2nd. Here's the first pitch on the way. It's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Outer edge just kissed the black, and it's 0-1. Mets lead the Phillies 2-0. That game is early on in the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's swung on, and easy pop fly for Duvall. Duvall's underneath it, and there's 2 away in the Miami second. New York has stretched it out to a 3-0 lead. They sent a kid down from the minors that has very few innings pitched in Philadelphia to pitch tonight's game. I'm not expecting much from Philly, but regardless, we would gain a game on Philadelphia. So no matter how you look at it, we have a chance to make some moves this weekend. Hopefully Mets and Phillies will beat up on each other. This will bring up Anderson to the plate. First ball, 95-mile-an-hour off the outer edge, called for a ball, and it's 1-0. Conroy is your home plate umpire tonight. First base umpire, Carlos Torres. Dan Mertzel is the third base umpire, and Lance Barksdale second. 1-0 pitch is outside again, and it's 2-0. 2-0 pitch to Brian Anderson, and it's a fastball ripped over to short, but Damsey's right on it. He'll flip it over to first, and that's an easy 1-2-3 inning. So we'll take it. Let's go. The Braves will grab the bats. It's 0-0.
After these messages, right back.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit and hearing full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon, he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are getting ready to grab the bats. It'll be Riley Darnode and Matt Olson here in the second inning. Happy Memorial Day weekend to everyone out there. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night baseball. Always great seeing and hearing from everyone in the chats and on social media everywhere. Here's the first pitch on the way to Riley, and it is down below the knees, taken for a ball. Look like the changeup, and it's 1-0. Riley batting .244, 9 home runs. And the 1-0 pitch on the way, fastball taken for a strike on the outer edge at the knees. It's 1-1. Atlanta Braves are wearing the red jerseys tonight, the Friday Night Reds, and the white pants. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, and it is changeup, banged foul off home plate. And we'll do it again at 1-2. the Miami Marlins are wearing their black jerseys, road jerseys, with I call it the neon trim, with Marlins across the chest and the gray pants. 1-2 pitch on the way inside, taken for a ball. Good eye by Riley, and it's 2-2. Braves wearing the Friday Night Reds. I'm glad they brought that tradition back. Braves across the chest with the tomahawk underneath. 2-2 pitch was outside, and it's 3-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Bottom of the second inning, just getting going here. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That ball's roasted down the third base line, just foul. Austin Riley turned that on a dime on that thing. You know, they're interviewing Mike Soroka tonight. I hate to say it. It's been so long since we've seen him pitch, man. He looks 10 years older. They're hoping that he'll be back. Here's a 3-2 pitcher, swung on and missed strike three. 97-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer edge. Too much for Riley to handle, and there's one away. They're hoping he'll be back, Mike Soroka, sometime after the All-Star break. Just by going with the timeline that they have set up, my guess would be closer to August than closer to the beginning of August than the beginning of July. I'll put it that way. I think it'll be after the All-Star break, if not a little farther after that. Here's the first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud, and taken at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Nice slider by Rogers. He'll fire in a 88-mile-an-hour changeup down around the ankles, and it is now evened up at 1-1. d'Arnaud now hitting .252 on the year with 4 home runs, 7.8 OPS. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. He went fishing for that nasty changeup, and he's in the hole, 1-2. Yankees and Rays are at it. We'll get you caught up on the 4th inning scoreboard with all the action. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled out of play. Went with the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. We'll do it again. Count now 1-2. 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul down the third base line. d'Arnaud really making Rogers work. You got to love it. And it's a 1-2 count. There's one away, but Trevor Rogers already up to 27 pitches thrown on the night. If you can get into that Marlins bullpen, it is a plus. 1-2 pitch from Rogers on the way, swung on and fouled back again. We'll do it one more time at 1-2. Standing on deck is the Ice House, Matt Olson. In the hole, if anyone can get on, is the red hot bat of William Contreras, the designated hitter tonight. Here's the 1-2 on the way, swung on. That ball is grounded to third. Should be an easy out as Wendell fires it over to first, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta second. Los Angeles Dodgers have announced that they are going to retire Gil Hodges' jersey in June. Hodges going to the Hall of Fame finally, and his jersey will be retired, well overdue retired. The number 14 in the Dodgers organization. Here's the first pitch to Matt Olson as he digs in, a lefty-lefty matchup, and it's on the outer edge, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Nice eye by Olson, 96-mile-an-hour fastball right there on the black. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Olson, swung over and missed. That was the changeup, changing speeds there. went from 98 to 88, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way from Rogers, and fastball right down Main Street. Could not catch up. 96 miles an hour, and it's 1-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Just getting going here in the second inning of Friday Night Baseball. Thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Always a pleasure hanging out with y'all on Friday night. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. That was a nasty changeup on the inner part of the plate. So we'll head to break. When we come back, Ian Anderson hits the hill, and the bottom of the Marlins lineup is coming to the plate.
Nazis embarrassing! Nazis embarrassing! Nazis embarrassing! Nazis embarrassing!
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hi, friend. It's your home speaking, and I need some favors. Could you turn on some of the lights in the basement? I'm scared of the dark. Also, this one is easy. Could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico so we could save money? Last thing, just a suggestion. Could you steam clean the carpets? I need a spa day.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
How the hell can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game? Foreman, this is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. It's going to be Matt Olson. I'm sorry. I was looking at last inning. It's going to be Ian Anderson facing Jacob Stallings. Jacob Stallings takes the first pitch on the outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. So far, Conroy, the home plate umpire, has been giving a pretty generous strike zone, especially on the outer edge. 0-1 pitch on the way. It's a curveball. They're going to say he went around, and it's 0-2. So just keeping that in mind as the game goes on, both for Atlanta and for Miami, it does seem like that Conroy, which I've called some of his games in the past, and he does seem to have a pitcher strike zone, as they call it. 0-2 pitch on the way, curveball right across the dish. Strike three. Nasty break on that one, and there's one away. First strikeout for the night for Ian Anderson. Really off to a pretty good start. I hate saying stuff like that because I feel like you're going to jinx someone. Jesus Sanchez comes to the plate, the center fielder. Lefty-righty matchup here. Sanchez, 221 batter. And first pitch swung on, and he hits that on the ground quickly over to Dansby. Lieutenant Dan flips it over to first, and there's two away in the Marlins' third. Mets all over the Phillies early in that game. They're up 3-0. The Phillies are threatening. It looked like, I was glancing over there, it looked like Segura, the second baseman of the Phillies, they were working his hand over. I don't know if he got hit by a pitch or something, but if I see an update, I'll pass it along. This will bring up the number 9 hitter, Miguel Rojas, to the plate. Rojas righty-righty matchup. First pitch, fastball, outer edge, and it's 0-1. Rojas hitting 207 on the year, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Top of the third, 1-1 pitch. Curveball in the dirt, but Rojas chased, and it's 1-2. This would be great if Ian Anderson can get off to a quick start. Some of his biggest troubles over the last couple of years is building that big pitch count early in the game. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's slider just dropped below the knees off the outside part, and it's 2-2. Two pitch on the way. Anderson kicks and deals, and it is a changeup in the dirt as he's starting to nibble, and it's 3-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. It's 3-0 in New York as the Phillies trail. Here's the 3-2 pitch, fastball high and all outside off the plate, and it's a 6-pitch walk after getting up 0-2. Anderson sends another free pass down to first. That'll bring up the top of the order. Jason Birdie, the first time up, lined out, but I mean, he hit it hard to Riley the first time up. He was definitely sitting dead red on the fastball that Anderson threw that first time up. We'll see how they pitch him this time. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and hit high, but not very deep, playable into right field. And just like that, we're out of the third inning. So 31 pitches into the night, Ian Anderson has given up a hit and a walk and gotten through 3. We'll be back in a flash.
I'll tell you the truth, my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you what, when my wife does have sex, she screams, ooh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh. My kids, they don't help either. No good, huh? My kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so are you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter, you kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings in a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee. Welcome back on a Friday night, Memorial Day weekend. Hope everyone's got some great plans this weekend. And kicking it off, a little Braves baseball. Here's the first pitch on the way. Fastball swung on by Contreras, and he hits it Tried to hit it against the shift, but banged it right into second, and there's one away. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. We're just getting going here. New York Yankees signed Matt Carpenter, longtime St. Louis Cardinals, after been a rush of injuries for the New York Yankees. So they'll sign him to a deal and try to get him in to camp immediately. It's going to be weird seeing Matt Carpenter in any other jersey but a St. Louis one. Here's the first pitch on the way to Duvall. Duvall takes fastball right down Main Street for a strike. It's 0-1. Adam Duvall batting 195 on the year, 2 home runs, 16 RBI. Does seem like he's hitting the ball better here recently. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way, and it is a changeup down around the ankles and low, taken for a ball. It's 0-1. He's had a couple of Adam balls here in the last week, so hopefully he can start getting in his groove. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and popped up over into right field. Underneath it is Anderson, and there's quickly 2 outs in the Braves' third. Ian Anderson of the Braves has been working really quickly. Trevor Rogers really hasn't done that poorly himself. Braves did have him laboring there until the last 3 outs of the game. Trevor Rogers will now face Travis Demerit. And you talk about a guy who is due. Demerit is now hitting 207 from the right side of the plate. First pitch is a fastball way inside. Stallings dropped the ball as he tried to backhand it. Ball boy will grab it and go toss it as a souvenir, and it's 1-0. Demerit, a feel-good story a few weeks ago, just cannot buy a hit. 1-0 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. He has played really good defense. Braves like to get something out of the bat tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch, inside fastball, good eye, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Bottom of the third inning, 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and grounded over to third. Easily playable. He'll flip it over to first, and it's an easy 5-3 put out. Wendell to Aguilar, and we'll head to break. When we come back, Cooper, Soler, and Wendell are on the way for the Miami Marlins.
You come at the King, you best not miss.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have 6-packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh, yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low-cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
Just a bit outside. Ball 4. Ball 8.
On many summer day, I played baseball starting at 8 in the morning, running home at noon for a quick meal, and again with fielding and batting till it was too dark to see the ball. These were times when my head seemed empty of everything but baseball names and figures. I could name the players who led in batting and fielding, and the pitchers who had won the most games. And I had my opinions about who was better than anybody else in the national game. Carl Sandburg.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins, scoreless, top of the fourth inning. First pitch from Ian Anderson's a fastball off the plate, 95 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Well, if you've seen the recent news, here's the 1-0 pitch. A nice curveball at the knees on the outer edge, and it's 1-1. Major League Baseball has extended to be able to carry up to 14 pitches till into June. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is swung on and banged foul, bringing the count to 1-2. I believe it was June. It's either June 19th or June 20th that they're pushing it back. They may revisit it again. This shortened off season has caused all this and a couple of other factors. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it's fastball one swung on and ripped over to third. Riley's got it. He'll fire it across the diamond. One hopper backhanded by Matt Olson, and he gets the out. One away in the Miami first. Nice play by Riley. Had to go to his knees, popped up, put some mustard on that ball, and it was a one hopper. Can't understate how difficult that is and how smooth Matt Olson is at catching these balls off the hop. Here's the first pitch on the way, 95 miles an hour to Soler outside, and it's 1-0. Freddie did a great job of that too. If you never notice it until you have a first baseman that can't do it. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, 96 mile an hour fastball way outside, and it's 2-0. Jorge Soler standing in, 9 home runs on the year, and here's the 2-0 pitch, change up at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 2-1. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. It's still 3-0 over in New York. Mets lead the Phillies. Here's the 2-1 pitch off the plate, taken for a ball, and it's now 3-1 to Jorge Soler. Curveball that just missed. Ian doesn't want to give Soler anything hard, easy to hit. 3-1 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup at the knees, just on the plate. Soler thinks it was a little inside. It might have been. The Blues been given a wide strike zone. It's 3-2. 3-2 pitch to Soler, and kicks and fires, and down low, changeup, ball 4, and it's a 1-out walk to Jorge Soler. That's going to bring up Wendell to the plate, and sliding into the on-deck circle will be Jesus Aguilar. Joey Wendell batting .300 on the year, 2 home runs, .814 OPS. He's been a little banged up all year. But in the spare time he has played well. Here's the first pitch to Wendell, and it's a fastball inside, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Cleveland Guardians put Franmil Reyes, their designated hitter, on the IL today because of a tight hamstring. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a curveball swung on and it hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it is Demerit. He's rounding around, and he'll throw it back into the infield, and Soler races back to first, and there's 2 away. Threw me off for a second. Wendell was crossing the base paths. I thought it was Soler, and it was such a slow jog. I couldn't believe how slow he was running. But it was Wendell heading back to the dugout. So that's going to bring up Jesus Aguilar. Aguilar had a couple of big hits against the Braves last series. He stands in 265 hitter, 724 OPS, 5 home runs. Here's the first pitch to Jesus, and it's a fastball, top of the zone, just missed, and it's 1-0. From what I've seen of Conroy, he will give you east and west, but he won't give you a lot of north and not a whole lot of south. You got to hit the zone there. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Nasty curveball that Aguilar could not hold off of, and it's 1-1. Memorial Day weekend. I know the calendar says differently, but I always mark this as the beginning of summer. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and hit to the left side. Dansby's got it. Be an easy play. He flips a rainbow over to first, and Olsen will put it away. That'll end the inning. So once again, the Marlins put a runner on, but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the fourth in a scoreless tie.
Hey, is that a T-bone?
No, there's no T-bone.
Why no T-bone?
Why no T-bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast, not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
They show you the ads for the gym. You know, they always show you, try to get you to join up. They show you the before and after guy. I always like the before guy, frankly. Yeah, he looks a little chubby. He also looks like he has a box of donuts and a lot of friends. That after guy's got a weird look in his eye. Looks like he takes his shirt off when he shouldn't.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today? That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins off to a quick start. We're already in the fourth inning. Here's the first pitch from Rogers to Swanson, and it's a slider right there at the mid part of the zone, inner half, and it's 0-1. Swanson's 0 for 1 on the night. Braves have yet to collect a hit. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup in the dirt, taken for a ball. Good eye by Dansby, and it's 1-1. Happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody. Thank you to everyone, men and women who have served and are currently serving. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, and it's another changeup taken for a ball, and it's 2-1. Atlanta, never too early to start scoreboard watching. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way, and it's swung on and missed in the dirt. Another changeup, and it's 2-2. Marlins are in the shift, so anything hit to the right side of the infield, pretty good chance for him to collect a base hit. 2-2 pitch on the way, and fastball swung on and popped up. It's going to be a can of corn. Coming in on it is the right fielder, Anderson. He's got it, and there's one away. Hope everyone's got good plans, big plans this weekend. Of course, we all do try to remember why we have this great holiday. All the men and women who have served and those who have died for our liberty. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball, top of the zone, swung on and fouled back out of play to Ozzie Albies. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies batting .244, 6 home runs. 0-1 pitch on the way and swung on and missed. Nasty changeup in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Marlins nothing, Braves nothing. Looks like a sold out Truist Park in Atlanta. Here's the 0-2 pitch. It's in the dirt. Ball 2. Kind of went inside. Ozzie had to step out of the way. Braves still looking to get on base here. Have yet to collect a hit. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and fastball outside, taken for a ball, evens up the count at 2-2. Marcell Ozuna stands on deck. 2-2 pitch on the way, and fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Miami Marlins. Talking about the standings earlier, Miami Marlins. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, and good job of staying alive by Ozzie Albies. He'll foul that back out of play, and it's remains count at 2-2. Miami Marlins are 9 games back, a game and a half behind Atlanta and Philadelphia heading into tonight's play. Washington 13 games back. And I can't imagine Washington's going to be very competitive this year. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high, almost like a golf shot to the center fielder, Jesus Sanchez. He's underneath, but puts it away, and there's 2 outs. Marcell Ozuna is going to come to the plate. He's 0 for 1 on the night, grounded out in the first inning. He digs in, lefty-righty matchup here. Marcell ready for the first pitch. It's on the way, taken low for a ball. It's 1-0. To update on that Jean Segura hit by pitch injury. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup down low, taken for a ball. It's now 2-0 to Marcell. He did stay in the game, so I guess he's okay. Cardinals and Brewers are just underway in St. Louis. 2-0 pitch on the way. Outside, taken for a ball. Looked like the slider, and it's now 3-0 to Marcell. .30 delivery on the way to Ozuna, and fastball right down Main Street. Marcell was taken all the way. It's 3-1. 3-1 pitch. Kicks and fires, swung on 95-mile-an-hour fastball, fouled back behind the seats. Now we got a full count with 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 4th, mano a mano, Ozuna versus Rogers. Will he go to the heat or will he try to get him with something off speed? Here's a 3-2 pitch. He kicks and fires, swung on, and fastball at the knees, fouled back out of play, and it's 3-2. He was ready to challenge Ozuna. Ozuna just could not time that. I think Ozuna was looking for something more, a little higher in the zone. Good job of getting a piece of that. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way and swung on and hit into center field, but right at Sanchez, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to break. The Atlanta Braves and Miami Marlins all tied up at nothing apiece.
You know what your problem is? You're really cute, so no one ever told you to shut your pie hole.
You think I'm cute?
Shut your pie hole!
New Year's resolutions. We've all made them. Mine is the same every year. Eat healthier. The eat part usually works out fine. It's the healthier part I forget about, but not anymore. Now that I've found the oh-so chocolatey Built Bar. Built Bars are low-cal, low-sugar, high-protein, high-fiber. Great for keto. Lose or maintain weight while indulging in a yummy treat. At 130 calories, you'll feel like making a resolution every day. Try all 18 amazing flavors. Get yours at BuiltBar.com.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
By the 1880s, newspapers and magazines and now baseball cards printed up to help boost the sale of cigarettes brought into the homes of young boys a generation of baseball heroes they would never get to see in person. Pete Browning, the old gladiator of the Louisville Eclipse, had a lifetime batting average of .343 and was the idol of Kentucky fans. One day in 1884, he broke his favorite bat. After the game, an apprentice woodworker named Bud Hillerick offered to make Browning a new bat. The next day, Browning went 3 for 3. Thereafter, he would use no one else's bat. It was the first Louisville Slugger, and Browning would eventually own more than 200 of them, to each of which he gave a name taken from the Bible.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Mac McGee and Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night. And it's going to be Brian Anderson coming to the plate to face Ian Anderson. No relation. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it is a fastball off the plate and low. It's 1-0. Scoreboard update. Coming here after this next pitch, 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul. 86-mile-an-hour changeup inside, and it's 1-1. Red Sox lead the Orioles 6-0. That game is heading to the 4th. Yankees 2, Tampa 0 in Tampa. They are in the 5th inning. Cardinals and Brewers just underway. They're scoreless. Here's the 1-1 pitch is swung on and popped up, but out of play over the Braves first base dugout. And we'll do it again at 1-2. Giants and Reds, they are in a rain delay. So they have not gotten started yet. Mets, Phillies, New York 5, Philadelphia 0. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball. Just high. Taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Thought he might have rung him up there. Was technically a tad high. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled back out of play. 95 miles an hour right in his kitchen, and it's 2-2. Twins and Royals. Minnesota leads at 2-0. That game is in the first. Those are the only games underway. Rockies and Nationals were postponed. Tigers and Guardians were postponed. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Another fastball right down Main Street and fouled back. Almost same pitch, almost same exact result. It's 2-2. Standing on deck is the catcher, Stallings. Later on tonight, Astros and Mariners, Diamondbacks and Dodgers. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Changeup swung on and missed. Strike three. Just pulled the string. He couldn't make contact. Anderson is cussing himself as he's heading back to the dugout, and Anderson is pumping his chest as he's walking around on the mound. Astros, Mariners, Dodgers, Diamondbacks, Padres, and Pirates, along with Rangers Athletics, all four of those games will come on later on tonight. And Blue Jays Angels. I don't believe I said Blue Jays Angels. Here's first pitch, and it is a ball inside to Stallings, and it's 1-0. The NBA playoffs, game 6, Celtics and Heat. That game has not gotten underway yet. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on, bang foul, and away. And it's 1-1. Stallings hitting .234 on the year, 1 home run, takes a changeup low in the dirt, and it's now 2-1 to Jacob. Seems like the Phillies are willing to leave Falter in. He's their starting pitcher tonight. If you listen to the pregame show, he's essentially a batting practice pitcher. We're not really sure why he's starting against the Mets. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way, and it is a fastball swung on and fouled down onto the plate, and it's 2-2. Mets are really catching a break. They don't face Ranger Suarez. They don't face Aaron Nola. They don't face Gibson this weekend. Considering that they're trying to chase them down, it's a little strange Philly didn't set that up differently. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and it's fouled back. Just got a piece of it. And it'll remain 2-2 to Jacob Stallings. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Ian Anderson kicks and fires and swung up. Did he go around? He did go around. Strike 3. Stallings tried to check his swing. He's looking back at the dugout. There's nothing the dugout can do for him. Looking at the replay, yeah, he went around. You look back at the dugout, that's not something you can challenge. And as the catcher, you're going to want the benefit of the doubt all night, so you don't want to stir up anything. That'll bring up Jesus Sanchez. Jesus Sanchez is 0 for 1 on the night. He's the number 8 hitter for the Marlins, and he'll take the first pitch inside. Fastball right at the letters, and off the plate, it's 1-0. 1-0 pitch on the way and inside, taken for a ball. It is now 2-0. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Great to see y'all again here. Friday night baseball, Braves Country baseball every Tuesday and Friday night. Please like and subscribe. We're here all summer long. We'll have some extra pop-up games too. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way, and it is a changeup in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's now 3-0. 3-0 pitch on the way. Fastball taken for a strike right down the heart of the plate, and it's 3-1. Sanchez just wanting to get on. Anderson desperately does not want to walk another batter. 3-1 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball right off the plate taken for a strike, and it's now 3-2. Nice pitch by Anderson. Just 64 pitches on the night. Here's a 3-2 pitch swung on, and 95-mile-an-hour fastball hammered back out of play. We'll do it again on the full count. It's a scoreless game. You got a full count. The number 8 hitter, Rojas, stands on deck, birdie in the hole. Anderson would like to see this inning end, not have to go any further. And here we go. 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way to Anderson. And call for time to Sanchez. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Three-two pitch with the number 9 hitter Miguel Rojas on deck. In a battle here. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball roped down the right field line. Hammered hard, but plenty foul, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way from Ian Anderson. Swung on, strike 3. He pulled the string, and Sanchez could not make contact. So that'll end it. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Braves and Marlins tied at 0.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world. He still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, Kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins, they're scoreless. We're heading to the bottom of the fifth. Austin Riley digs in, swung on and hit. That ball is ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong over the left field wall. Solo shot, and it got out in a hurry. Austin Riley with his 10th home run of the year. It's 1-0 Hotlanta, GA. What an absolute missile. It didn't get very high, but it got very hot very fast. I might have taken someone's arm off in the left field seats, and it's 1-0 Atlanta. He was sitting dead red on that pitch. Good to see Austin Riley get a big home run. Braves get out to the 1-0 lead. Travis d'Arnaud, he had thoughts of the same grandeur as he swings and misses, came out of his shoes. It's 0-1. Rogers threw a changeup on the outer part of the plate, and he came flying out of his shoes trying to do the same thing Riley just did. Here's the 0-1 pitch to d'Arnaud. Good eye. And we'll do it again at 1-1. Braves 1, Miami 0. You're just joining us. It's a fastball about knee high and on the inner half of the plate, and Riley just did not miss it. It's like a batting practice home run. And here's the pitch to d'Arnaud, taken outside for a ball. It's 2-2. Braves jump out to that 1-0 lead. Good to see them get that lead. 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, fastball, knocked out of play. We'll start it up again at 2-2. If d'Arnaud can get on, you got Olsen on deck. You got Contreras in the hole. And if anything gets going, Duvall and Demerit. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and ripped foul. Worm burner near the dugout, third base side. We'll do it again at 3-2. Looks like that Giants Reds game is they're aiming first pitch around 8:40. So from what I saw, the tarps are about to be pulled up, and they're hoping to get it going here soon. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and grounded to the left side to the 5-6 hole. Backhanding it is the shortstop Rojas. It kicks off his glove into left field, hustling all the way. Got to give him credit. Travis d'Arnaud winds up on second base, and it's essentially a leadoff double after the leadoff home run. Good job of base running by d'Arnaud. A lot of mustard on that ball. We'll see how they score it. It looks like they're going to give him a base hit, and I don't believe they're going to give it an error. They're going to give it an absolute double, clean double. I don't know about that. I feel like, though it would have been a tough play had it not kicked off his glove, he wouldn't have gotten the extra base. But sometimes it's okay to get some hometown scoring. So if you got d'Arnaud in your fantasy team, you just got a gift. Here's the first pitch to Olsen. It is a fastball off the plate taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Matt Olsen, 0 for 1, batting .250, but really looks like he's starting to turn around. Gets his first home run into the chop house the other night. Was actually banged off the foul pole, but 1-0 pitch on the way, and it is a changeup inside. Olsen has to bend out of the way. It's 2-0. If you missed that the other night, he hit an absolute scorcher off the foul pole to give the Braves at the time, 3-2 lead against the Phillies. Matt Olsen hit .357 with an 1185 OPS against the Phillies. So you got a 2-0 pitch after the visit to the mound, and Olson swings and bangs the 2-0 pitch foul. It's 2-1. Look like Olson's trying to play smart baseball. If nothing else, if he can just pull the ball to the right side, win, lose, or draw, Travis d'Arnaud should end up on third with one away. With Contreras on deck and a fly ball hitter. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and Rogers spins around trying to chase d'Arnaud back to third. d'Arnaud slides in, but no throw is given. We'll set it up again. Two-one pitch on the way. He kicks and fires, and it's a fastball off the plate. They're going to fire back behind d'Arnaud, try to catch him napping. No dice. And it's 3-1 to Matt Olson. I'm sure Philly fans are thinking, d'Arnaud is not a threat to steal. Focus on the batter, right? But he's in their head for whatever reason. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Rogers kicks and deals and swung on and banged foul off his shoe. Looked like the changeup, and it's a full count to the ice house. Braves 1, Marlins nothing. Nobody out. A 3-2 pitch on the way. He kicks and deals, and it's off the plate slider, but Olson could not lay off. He goes around, and it's strike 3. One away. William Contreras rumbles to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud, he stands on second. Contreras stands at the plate. Is there a better catching duo in Major League Baseball? I don't think there is. Here's the first pitch to Contreras, and takes it for a ball. Good eye, and it's 1-0. Now, one might argue that the defense isn't quite there, but offensively, I don't think you can find a better duo. One-zero pitch on the way at the knees, taken for a strike, and it is now 1-1. Braves trying to jump on Rogers here, who's been pitching a really good game. 1-1 pitch on the way. Kicks and fires, swung on, and that ball is roasted into the gap. That's a bullet in the gap, and it's going to get down for at least 2. d'Arnaud comes around to score, and Contreras has a one-out double and an RBI. It's 2-0 Hotlanta. Contreras stayed back. You got to love his approach on these outside pitches. I think they're trying to get him to roll over, not just the Marlins, the Phillies, and others. And he is just stepping into the ground and sending it back where it comes from. Follows his hands through, and he split the outfielders like a goalpost. William Contreras has his second double on the year and a one-out RBI. Here comes Adam Duvall. Fastball just below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. That might have been the changeup. Regardless, 1-0 count to Adam Duvall. Adam Duvall, be a good time for him to wake up and get going. 194 hitter. We know he's got the pop. He 38 home runs last year, 113 RBIs. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and grounded over to third. This will be an easy out, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta fifth. This is looking like that is the game plan. I've seen a few teams do this, approach Adam Duvall with give him something close to what would be the heart of the plate, but they're giving him the soft stuff and he's just rolling over on it. When he finally makes the adjustment, he can take that out of the park. So this is going to bring up Travis Demerit. He is due for a hit as well. Travis Demerit 0 for 1 on the night. His batting average now down to 205. Here's the first pitch on the way. Rogers kicks and deals, and it's a fastball at the knees, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. I don't mind him taking that pitch there. That is a pitch that he hits that. He's not doing much with it. That's a pitcher's pitch. Good eye by Demerit to wait for something he might be able to handle. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Travis and swung on and missed. That one was a changeup out of the zone that he swung over, and it's 0-2. Now he's got a bit of a pickle here because you got an 0-2 count on the way. A guy with a good fastball, incredible changeup, and nasty slider. Here's a 0-2 pitch. That ball's swung on and it's roasted into left field. That ball's going to get down. Here comes Contreras, and it's 3-0 Atlanta. Nice pitch. There's a changeup right there at the knees, and Demerit stayed back and got the bat head through the zone and just ripped it into left field. Good job of hitting by Demerit. And Atlanta leads it 3-0. They're just getting underway in Boston. Celtics and Heat will keep you updated on that. Late tip-off there. That game won't finish till probably close to midnight, I would think. Here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson. Dansby Swanson's 0 for 2 on the night. Braves lead at 3-0. Runner on first, 2 away, and it's a fastball inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. If Dansby can keep the hit parade going, Ozzie Albies stands on deck. Marcell Ozuna is in the hole. Braves have scored 3 runs here to push ahead 3-0. Bottom of the 5th inning here in Atlanta. You're listening to Friday Night Baseball, Braves Country, on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube station. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a nasty changeup. I believe Blue called it a strike. He looked like that he called a strike. Though all the monitors and whatnot are showing 2-0, I'm pretty sure it's 1-1. In fact, Blue just corrected towards the pitcher and showed a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, and it's a slider low, and it's now 2-1. Two-one pitch to Dansby Swanson. Rogers looks in to deal his 86th pitch of the ninth here in the 5th inning. Here's the 3-0 pitch, 2-1 pitch, and it's outside, ball 3. It's now 3-1. Three-one count. Runner on first, 2 away. Travis Demerit can fly, so if Swanson can find a way to get it in the gap, he'll score. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's in the ball 4. Dansby heads to first base. will have runners on first and second with 2 away. And the right-handed bat of Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Marlins are going out to talk to Rogers. Marlins pitching coach is having a powwow with Trevor Rogers and the hind catcher Stallings. Marlins look like they're starting to get the right-hander loose in the bullpen. So I would tend to think no matter what happens here, this is Trevor Rogers' last batter. Because after Albies, it's Ozuna, Riley, and d'Arnaud, 3 right-handed hitters. So whether Rogers can get out of this inning or he can't, I don't think they want Rogers, who is now getting close to 90s at 87 pitches. If this inning gets extended, here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it swung on and popped up. It's a weak fly ball to center field. Underneath it is Sanchez, and that'll do it. We will head to the top of the 6th inning. The Braves put 3 on the board. Atlanta leads it 3-0.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, "If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me." In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See, but one thing about it though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have just taken a 3-0 lead as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Ian Anderson back out on the bump. It's Miguel Rojas, Jason Birdie, and Garrett Cooper coming to the plate, the 9, 1, and 2 hitters for the Miami Marlins. Atlanta would love a shutdown inning right now. Here's the first pitch on the way from Ian Anderson. He kicks and deals, and it is a changeup in the dirt taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Ian Anderson now sitting at 70 pitches on the night, so you want to keep an eye on that. Rojas walked his first time up. One-0 pitch on the way to Rojas, and it's a changeup at the knees taken for a strike. It's 1-1. Philadelphia Phillies are just getting creamed by the Mets tonight at 7-0 in the 4th. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball They call it low. I think that might have hit the zone at the knees, but it's 2-1. Phillies and Mets are back at it tomorrow night and Sunday night. It's the Sunday night game of the week for ESPN. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that ball is driven up the middle, kicks off of Anderson's glove, but on it is Ozzie. He'll flip it over to first, and there's one away in the Miami sixth. Good job of reaction by Ozzie Albies. That ball kicked off of Anderson. His eyes were all on it and ready to roll. Ian Anderson, so far, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. But most importantly, no runs scored. Here's the first pitch on the way to Birdie, and it is a changeup inside for a ball. It's 1-0. John Birdie is batting .286, 2 home runs, always been a pest, and he is fast, deceptively fast. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swung on and foul back out of play. It's 1-1. They never talk about John Birdie as being one of the elite runners in Major League Baseball, but every time metrics come out, John Birdie's up there at the top. If he gets on the base pass, he can be a pain. Here's the 1-1 pitch, curveball just outside, ball 2, and it's 2-1. Giants and Reds have finally got underway in Cincinnati. It's good to see Cincinnati hosting during Memorial Day weekend. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it swung on and hit to the right side, and giving chase is Olsen. Olsen has to flip it over to Anderson. Anderson has to try to backstep and hit the bag. Blue says he didn't touch the bag, and it's a 1-out single, infield single for John Birdie. Looking at the replay, I don't know, did he not hit the bag? It looked like he hit the bag. To see the replay on this. I don't know. They might challenge this. So his foot hits the dirt, but as it's coming up, he kicked it. And I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. I don't know if they'll challenge it just because of the fact that it might be a hard one to turn over. You can see, I mean, logically, it looks like they are going to look at it. Logically, if you watch baseball and you're an umpire, you know he kicked that bag just by the way the dirt moved off the bag. And it was a maybe quarter step before Birdie touches first. But just knowing how they are, as you rewatch it, and Birdie's foot may have touched the bag before Ian kicked it. It's going to be a hard one to overturn. We'll see what happens here. And they do not overturn it. Call is going to stand. I think it's one of those things they didn't have enough to. I was surprised that they challenged it. I guess maybe 6th inning might as well. But it looked like one of those off the jump where you're like, they're going to say there's not enough evidence. It's like if any of you football fans out there, you roll your eyes the moment you see a play happen. You're like, why are they even challenging this? They're never going to overturn it. But that'll bring Garrett Cooper to the plate. Garrett Cooper batting .339. First pitch is a slider high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Celtics and Heat are underway, and looks like Boston's playing some sloppy basketball. It's 12-7 Miami. I've already seen a couple of turnovers by Boston. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and it is Birdie took off, and Darno could not get the exchange out of his glove into his hand. Ball kind of popped up. By the time he corralled the ball, Birdie was standing on second. It's like I mentioned a little while ago, Birdie is fast. He's deceptively fast. Now they got a runner in scoring position. Birdie with his third stolen base on the year. Got to keep an eye on him because he might try to steal third with there being less than 2 outs. Cooper digs in on the 2-0 and it's swung on and bangs fouled off the plate. It's 2-1. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0, but Miami's got a runner on second and just one away in the top of the order here for Miami. Big spot here for Ian Anderson and the Braves. Here's the good night in Atlanta, by the way. They're not expecting any kind of precipitation. I believe it's going to be pretty good weather in Atlanta all weekend. Don't quote me on that one, but I thought I saw a couple of days ago they were expecting good weather. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way, and a fastball swung on and hit high, hard, deep, and out of the damn building. It is 3-2. Ian Anderson put one right there on the tee for Garrett Cooper, and it was a meatball. I think he was more concerned with Birdie on second than he was with the guy with the bat at the plate. And it's quickly a 1-run game in Atlanta. And if that doesn't make it bad enough, Jorge Soler's coming to the plate. That was a very little higher, a little farther, but very reminiscent of the one that Austin Riley sent into orbit. Here's the first pitch to Soler, and it's a fastball swung on and missed outer part of the plate, and it's 0-1. 0-1 delivery from Anderson, and he throw a curveball in the dirt, evens up the count at 1-1. Brewers and Cardinals are scoreless in St. Louis. That game's in the third inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup. Anderson wants no part of Soler. You really can't blame him, and it's now 2-1. On deck is Joey Wendell. 2-1 pitch on the way from Anderson. He'll kick and deal, and it swung on and fouled back against the screen. It's now 2-2. Jackson Stevens is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. Big right-hander. He's really pitched well of late. Has been elevated in the Braves bullpen, along with the injury to Matzik. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball way outside, and it's 3-2. You score Atlanta 3, Miami 2, top of the 6th inning. Ian Anderson really in a bind here, was cruising along. 3-2 pitch on the way, and that is a curveball in the dirt, ball 4. And Jorge Soler will head down to first. Jorge Soler goes down to first. There's one away. Wendell coming to the plate, and Aguilar in the hole, on deck, excuse me. That'll bring a visit from Rich Kranitz, the Braves pitching coach. Kranitz going out there to talk to Ian, and per usual, Dansby and Travis Darnold are standing out there with them. Braves and Marlins are back at it again tomorrow. It's a 3-game series. Tomorrow's game is a 4:10 Eastern first pitch. And Sunday, 1:35. Monday, Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a fastball outer part of the plate called for a strike to Wendell. It's 0-1. Wednesday, the Braves hit the road. Going to be in Arizona starting Monday night. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. So Tuesday night baseball will be a little later, 9:40 Eastern. I will have the call here. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, and fastball swung on and banged out of play. It's 1-2. So any of you night owls, we will be here on Tuesday night. Atlanta's heading out there to the West Coast. They'll play the Arizona Diamondbacks Monday night, Tuesday night, and then Wednesday's a 3:40 first pitch. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it swung on, strike 3, curveball in the dirt. And there's 2 away in the Braves' 6th. Braves defensive 6th, Miami's offensive 6th. So 2 outs. Soler stands on first, and Jesus Aguilar's coming to the plate. He's 0 for 2 for the night, but he is a thorn in the Braves' side. Always seems to come up with a big base hit. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a curveball in the dirt. Taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 3:40 Eastern on Wednesday. And then they head to Colorado. So next Friday night, a little later than normal, 8:40 Eastern. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and it swung on. That ball is ripped down the left field line, but plenty foul, and evens up the count at 1-1. And though the Rockies and the Diamondbacks are not the elite of the NL West, they are playing a little better than a lot of folks expected. So I don't expect these to be easy games. The Braves will then come back the following week and be home against the Oakland A's. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 2, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, foul tipped into the glove of Darnode. And Ian Anderson's 1 pitch away from getting out of this, about to be his 95th pitch on the night. Remember, the A's will come to town, and Matt Olson will get to see his old friends. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. It's a changeup in the dirt, taken for a strike, and it's 2-2. Might have some pop-up broadcasts of the Braves over the next week or so. So just make sure to subscribe, because planning on doing I got a couple little extra time on my hands. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and banged foul. It's now 2-2. Not 100% sure when they're going to be. So just like and subscribe. You'll see us pop up right a little bit before game time. Orioles, Red Sox all over Baltimore, 8-2. Red Sox are starting to play really good baseball. They're getting hot. Yankees still up on the Rays 2-0. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and 95-mile-an-hour fastball popped up and out of play, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 3, Miami 2. We're sitting here in the top of the 6th inning. Garrett Cooper's 2-run jack just made the game a lot closer than we would have liked. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Changeup inside, taken for a ball, well off the plate. It's now 3-2. So that'll put Soler in motion. Standing on deck is Brian Anderson. I think this might be Ian Anderson's last batter. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way and swung on and ripped foul again. Aguilar's getting really close to timing that. We'll do it again. Full count at 3-2. Yeah, I don't see any way that you let Ian Anderson face Brian Anderson. You almost want to pull him now. Get Jackson Stevens in there to face him for the final strike because this is getting hairy. Three-two pitch on the way. Anderson kicks and deals, swung on, fastball, hit high, deep, gone over the left field wall. And just like that, it's 4-3 Fish. Unbelievable. They kept going to the well, going to the well, going to the well. You could see he was timing them up. And they kept him in there. And Aguilar, who is just constant Braves killer, gets him again with the 2-run blast. 2 2-run home runs have put the Miami Marlins out in front. It's 4-3. He put that thing over the left field wall and well past the bullpen. And that'll do it for Ian Anderson. We're going to have a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey. He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hardworking boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man. And so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-3 after 2 2-run bombs by the Marlins here in the top of the 6th inning. Jackson Stevens is in, and first pitch is a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul, and we'll do it again. Curveball was in the dirt, but Anderson couldn't hold off. It's 0-2. O2 pitch on the way, and another curveball lays off at this time, and it's now 1-2. Just checked it during the break. It does look like there's going to be really good weather all weekend in Atlanta. Tomorrow, here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled down the third base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Tomorrow, it's looking like around 80 degrees at first pitch. We might be able to do a pop-up game tomorrow. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3, and Jackson Stevens stops the bleeding, but not before the Miami Marlins score 4. It's 4-3 Atlanta. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century, who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 1. They score 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Marlins come back and answer, score 4 in the top of the 6th. Now it's Atlanta's turn. We'll send Ozuna, Riley, and Darno to the plate. And the right-hander, Luis Head, is coming out to pitch for the Marlins. 14 innings so far this year. 1.29 ERA, 7 walks, 12 strikeouts. We've seen him before. He was in the game last Friday night. Here's the first pitch to Ozuna, and it's a fastball high around the letters. And out of the zone, it's 1-0. Ozuna's 0 for 2 on the night. Ground out, line out. 12-game hitting streak in jeopardy. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball way outside. Ball 2. And it's 2-0. Marlins playing full-blown right-handed shift on Ozuna. Only one right of the second base bag is the first baseman. Here's the 2-0 pitch, swung on and hit deep into left field, but right at the warning track, Soler's got it, and there's one away. Ozuna hit that ball hard, but right at Soler. A little more height than that, we would have had a tie ball game. That'll bring Austin Riley. Austin Riley did hit a home run last time up. His 10th of the year, 21 RBIs, 802 OPS. See if Riley can get something going here. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a slider at the knees, taking first strike. It's 0-1. Start of the second quarter, the Heat are over the Celtics by 7 in Boston. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 2. Fastball right across the plate and up around the letters, could not catch up. The Phillies are trying to make it interesting in New York. More on that after this pitch. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, and a slider way outside and taken for a ball. It's 1-2. Phillies have pushed 2 runs across the plate to make it 7-2. They also have runners on the corners and nobody out in the heart of their order. Up. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, 95 mile an hour right down the heart of the plate, and Riley could not make contact. Might have been just a touch behind, and there's 2 away. This will bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud 1 for 2 on the night, a double in the 5th inning, scored a run. Here's the first pitch to Travis d'Arnaud, and it is a slider way outside and off the plate. It's 1-0. Cardinals have just taken a 2-0 lead in Milwaukee. Paul Goldschmidt with a 2-run home run. That game is in the 3rd. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and missed. Slider outside, and it's 1-1. One pitch on the way to d'Arnaud, kicks and fires, fastball up high, missed upstairs, and it's now 2-1. Miami 4, Atlanta 3, 2-1 pitch on the way, and inside, ball 3. It's 3-1. The ice house is standing on deck. You'd love to see Olsen get a chance, righty lefty. Here's a 3-1 pitch on the way to d'Arnaud, swung on and banged foul. It was a slider in the zone and over the plate. It's now 3-2. Philly has now pulled one closer. It's 7-3. Still are pretty early in that game. It's only in the 6th inning. Keep you updated on that. See if they can rally. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3. d'Arnaud chased ball 4 out of the zone, and that'll end the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball here on Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Do you sometimes sit and just be thinking like, man, I can't believe my best friend's a thug? You're not a thug. Yes, I am a thug. You're not a thug. Yes, I am. How are you a thug? I took hip-hop classes, Chad.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the 1995 MLB draft, the Montreal Expos chose a 17-year-old catcher from San Mateo, California, named Tom Brady. But Brady decided to pursue football instead. Because Tom Brady has been playing for so long, he's become the last person drafted by the Expos to still be playing professional sports.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The 1906 Chicago Cubs, believed by many to have been the best team in baseball history. They moved smoothly to the pennant that year, winning 116 games and losing just 36. One key to the Cubs' consistency was their infield, the celebrated double play combination of Tinker to Evers to Chant. Chicago fans loved them, but they did not much like each other, or anyone else for that matter. First baseman and manager Frank Chance fined his players $10 if they so much as shook hands with an opposing player. Second baseman Johnny Evers was so touchy that his teammates called him the human crab, and he missed one entire season after suffering a nervous breakdown. Shortstop Joe Tinker was ordinarily a cheerful man, but even he refused to speak with Evers for 2 whole seasons after a quarrel over cab fare.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-3 as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Miami's got the bottom of their lineup coming up. And it'll be Stallings, Sanchez, and Rojas. First pitch on the way from Stevens is called for a strike on Jacob Stallings, and it's 0-1. Oh, 0-1 pitch on the way, 95 miles an hour, just off the plate, swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch from Jackson Stevens. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul and out of play. We'll do it again. Oh, 2 count. Jackson Stevens, righty versus Stallings. Jesus Sanchez, the center fielder, is on deck. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit to the right side. Olson kicks it, bobbles it, blops it through his feet, and it's going to be an error. E3. I have no idea what was going on there. Runner on first and nobody out. Easy grounder went underneath his glove. Then he went to barehanded to pick it up, couldn't pick it up. And by the time he got a hold of it, the slow footed Stallings was still able to cross the base. Olson kind of shook his head like, I don't know. I got nothing. So that'll bring Jesus Sanchez to the plate. Jesus Sanchez first pitch, a strike, it's 0-1. Jesus Sanchez is 0 for 2 on the night. Runner on first, nobody out via the error. Stevens kicks and deals, swung on and missed, 95 miles an hour up in the zone. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. That was one of those ones, you know, he just fumbled the ball. Errors happen. You got to move on, got to try to find a way to be great to double him up. That's going to be difficult with the left-handed center fielder at the plate. But here's the 0-2 pitch from Stevens. Swung on and missed, strike 3. That's a way to get him out and done too. Went upstairs and he could not get to the top floor. There's one away in the Miami 7th. Braves trail 4-3, 1 on, nobody went 1 on, 1 out, excuse me. Miguel Rojas, the number 9 hitter, coming to the plate. He'll be a hard one to double up as well. Here's the first pitch on the way, swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn into right field. Underneath it is Demerit, and there's quickly 2 away. First pitch swinging, and he swung at the breaking pitch, just falling out of the zone. Barely got a piece of it. And there's an easy pop-up. So we'll see if Stevens can pick up his teammate Olson after the error. Birdie's coming to the plate, and then the hard-hitting Cooper, who had the 2-run blast. Here's the first pitch on the way, called for a strike. Right there on the plate, it's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch on the way, fastball right at the knees, outer edge, 95 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Birdie didn't like it a bit. It was a strike. I think what would throw you off is Darnode was set up inside. He had to backhand it on the outer part of the zone on the plate, but it was a strike. Good call by Blue. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit up the middle right to Ozzie. Ozzie kind of nonchalantly flips it over to first and gets Birdie by maybe a half step. They got to pay attention. Jason Birdie was busting it down the line, and he can fly. We'll be back in a flash. The Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. It's time to stretch.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 stretch around at the old ball game.
Katie saw all the games, knew the players by their first name. Told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Katie knew what to do. So just to cheer up the boys, she knew she made the gang sing this song. Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. I need the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. 7th inning stretch over and done, and the Braves still have 3 ups to get 1 run. They trail 4-3. Matt Olson, William Contreras, and Adam Duvall are coming to the plate. They'll face the left-hander out of the pen from the Miami Marlins, Stephen Okert. Okert's sitting there with a 2.13 ERA. First pitch on the way, and it's slider right across the knees, closer to belt high, and on the dish, it's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch to Olson, and it is a slider off the plate and away. It's 1-1. Braves trail by just 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Olson, and it is a fastball low below the knees over the plate. It's 2-1. 2-1 pitch on the way, slider way off the plate, and it's now 3-1. See if Matt Olson might get something to hit here. A 3-1 pitch. William Contreras stands on deck. A leadoff walk would be great too. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Olson digs in. It's on the way. Swung on and missed. Slider could not square that one up. And it's a full count. It's 3-2. Okert, kind of a soft tossing lefty. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it's a slider inside, ball 4, 81 miles an hour. And it's a leadoff walk for the Ice House. William Contreras comes to the plate. Contreras batting .286, 1141 OPS with 7 home runs. Should be a good matchup here. Contreras 1 for 2 on the night. It's already got a double to his name. RBI run. Here's the first pitch, and it is a slider outer part of the plate taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., he's wandering around in the dugout and grabbed his bat, so he might be coming in to pinch hit for somebody. We'll see how that works out. If you line it up, if the Braves get something going here, Travis Demerit is batting 9th. They could be setting that up. 1-1 pitch on the way, low below the knees, but called for a strike by Blue, and it's 1-2. He's gone slider, changeup. He has yet to throw anything close to what you would consider a fastball. Everything is sat around 80 to 84 miles an hour tops. See if he's got some gas. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Another slider. That one was a little high. So I don't know if Acuna they're trying to get him ready or if he was trying to lobby. He's now sitting back down in the dugout next to Ozzie, but he was grabbing his bat. He was grabbing his helmet. So I don't know what's going on there. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. And there is a fastball inside, fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. So that's the first fastball he has shown, 93 miles an hour. So he does have some gas. Just tends to lean on the breaking pitches, it seems like. 1-2 pitch on the way and swung on and hit right to third base. An Adam ball, and there's one away. Line out to Joey Wendell, and that'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. The only question you would have is if you did pinch hit, and bring Acuna in, could he stay in and play defense the way that they've coddled him? I wouldn't think that he would. And if you can't play defense, are you going to use 2 substitutions? Or are you going to try to kick the DH, which means you'd lose it for the night? Here's the first pitch to Duvall, and it's fouled down the line inside, and it's 0-1. So a lot of wheels turning if Atlanta can get a rally going here. Acuna, once again, he's got his batting helmet on. We might see him, but he's in the dugout. He's not on deck. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Might have a lot to do with what happens here. If Duvall can get on, they might be thinking about pinch hitting him. But if he can't, they might hold that off. You still got 2 more innings. And if it's just a pinch hit appearance, They may wait. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Duvall, and in the dirt. Good eye by Adam. It's 1-2. Reds have taken a 1-0 lead against San Francisco. That game is in the bottom of the third. One-two pitch on the way to Duvall, and outside slider, way outside, evens up the count at 2-2. Miami leads at 4-3, but Braves have a runner on, just one away. Travis Demerit would be due up. But here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on, fastball fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. If Duvall can get on here and get a rally going, depending on what was set up, they may go to Acuna for a pinch hitter. Then you could always put Heredia. Here's the 2-2 pitch inside. Ball 3, full count to Adam Duvall. Olsen, no threat to run. So he'll probably stay pretty much put at first, even with the full count and one away. Big drama here in the Big A. It's a 3-2 pitch to Adam Duvall. Here's the delivery, swung on and ripped down the left field line. Way foul. We'll do it again, full count. Kind of reminiscent to what Aguilar did a couple of times to Ian Anderson before he slammed it out of the building. Duvall was on that pitch, but just could not hold back and keep it fair. See what he does here. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed strike 3. Foul tipped into the catcher's glove, and there's 2 away. And they are going to pinch hit. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. Ronald Acuna Jr. is coming to the plate. Really gutsy move here, because now with 2 away, you're kind of shooting your shot, aren't you? I doubt that he stays in to play defense. It'll probably be Heredia. When it comes back around, you could always pinch hit Heredia. And Don Mattingly's going to the pen. He wants no part of this soft tossing lefty facing Acuna Mentada. So we're going to head to break. When we come back, Ronald Acuna Jr., I believe, is going to be stepping to the plate. We'll see what happens. We'll be back in a flash.
Bo Body. What does the first B stand for?
What are we doing?
We're making acronyms. Okay. What does the first B stand for? Business. I like it.
We need a new manager.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Part 18. Kirk Gibson walking off Game 1 of the 1988 World Series is one of the most iconic home runs of all time. Despite how famous the play is, nobody knows where the home run ball itself is located. The bat, helmet, and jersey from that moment are all accounted for, but the ball has seemingly disappeared. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat.
Armchair.
New York Giants second baseman John Montgomery Ward was a rarity among players. a graduate of the Columbia Law School. And in an age when workers everywhere were struggling to win their rights, he was willing to take on the club owners on their own terms. Ward publicly denounced the reserve clause, which now kept every player from deciding for himself where he wished to play and forced him to accept whatever wage his owner was willing to pay.
There is now no escape for the player. If he attempts to elude the operation of the rule, he becomes at once a professional outlaw, and the hand of every club is against him. Like a fugitive slave law, the reserve clause denies him a harbor or a livelihood and carries him back bound and shackled to the club from which he attempted to escape. We have then the curious result of a contract which on its face is for 7 months, being binding for life. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Ronald Acuna Jr. is stepping up to the plate. 292 batting average, 2 home runs on the year. Of course, he's been in and out of the lineup because of injury. He's going to face Anthony Bass. Bass, 17.2 innings, 18 appearances, the sub-2 ERA, 1.53 ERA on the year. Strength versus strength. Acuna is set to dig in. Big spot here. Acuna gets ready for the first pitch. It's on the way. It's a fastball. Top of the zone, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. 2 outs. Matt Olson standing on first. Acuna coming in to pinch hit for Travis Demerit. Dansby Swanson standing on deck. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider at the top of the zone. Taken for a strike. It's 1-1. One pitch to Acuna. On the way, kicks and deals, swung on and missed. Strike 2. Little surprised Snicker didn't use Acuna in a more high leverage moment. He still got 2 more innings with any kind of a threat. You would have loved to have had that ace in the hole. But here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and ripped down the left field line. It's going to be fair. Olson is running and running. He's chugging. He's chugging. He's going to score. Braves tie it up. First to third, Matt Olson shows off those wheels, baby. He can fly. Look out. Big hit by Acuna. Brian Snitker rolled the dice and he came up 7-11, 7-11. How about it? That was an absolute scorcher. It was a slider that just hung in the zone. Acuna hammered that ball. He's standing on second. They are going to let him continue to run. I thought maybe they might even pinch hit here for him. With the injury and all, I'm a little surprised this is going on. Maybe he's gotten late clearance and they feel like he's okay. Maybe he'll stay in the game. Here's the first pitch to Dansby. It's a 1-0 count as he takes the ball way low, slider in the dirt, and it's 1-0 count to Dansby Swanson. He's 0 for 2 on the night, but he's been red hot himself. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's on the way, and it is in the dirt. Ball 2. 2-0. Marlins defense is playing Bertie Rojas and Wendell all left of the second base bat. Aguilar's by his lonesome between first and second. Not the most athletic first baseman. Anything hammered to the right side's got a good chance of getting through the hole, and we know Acuna can fly. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's another slider. Doesn't seem like Bass wants any part of him. It's in the dirt. Again, it's 3-0. Standing on deck is Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies would be turned around to face Bass. Dansby Swanson has a 3-0 count. Will he be taking? Will they be challenging? Here's a 3-0 pitch. They will not. It's a sinker in the dirt. Ball 4. Seemed like they were pitching around Dansby to get to Ozzie. You don't ever see that very often when you get the lefty on deck and the righty pitching around the righty, but Dansby has been hot. Ozzie has a chance to come up with a big hit here, make them regret their decision. You got runners on first and second, 2 away. So anything that gets down in the gap, Lieutenant Dan would probably come around to score. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie. Open stance and swung on and popped up. It's going to drop down for a base hit. Here comes Acuna. He's going to score. Braves lead it by 1, and Dansby stands on second. Ozzie stands on first, and it's a Texas blooper. Hit them where they ain't. Seeing eye single, whatever you want to call it. RBI hit for Ozzie Albies. He just got contact on that ball, and it rainbowed over the third baseman's head. Soler, we're all well aware, doesn't have the greatest of speed and was playing pretty far back. He had no chance of coming up and getting that. He was playing really deep, and that ball dropped fast. Acuna, thankfully, didn't even have to. And Swanson came around to score. I missed that. Swanson came around to score. It's 6-4 Atlanta. It took Soler so long to get to the ball that Swanson kept going. I don't believe that he was going on the pitch. Heads up base running, and he scores with ease. Wow. It's 6-4 Atlanta. Looking at it now, what happened was the ball kind of corkscrewed when it dropped over third base and rolled away. Took so long for Soler to get to it. Swanson was able to come around. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Ozuna. It's down below the knees. Once again, it's 2-0. Bass is yet to get anybody out. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. 2-0 count to Ozuna. Be interesting to see if he loses Ozuna, if they'll let him face Riley. 2-0 pitch on the way. It's in the dirt. They say Ozuna went around, and it's 2-1. Braves 6, Miami 4. Playing a game of pinball here. Atlanta was up 3-0, then Miami up 4-3. Now Atlanta's up 6-4. Can't get enough runs against this Miami offense. They really have proved to be a pretty solid offense. I don't think 2 runs is nearly enough, not the way the ball's falling tonight. Braves lead at 6-4. It's a 2-1 pitch to Ozuna. On the way, and it's a slider below the knees. Blue calls it a strike. He's had a wide zone. Ozuna just kind of smiles and rolls his eyes and shakes his head. I can't blame him. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way to Ozuna. Ozzie on second. Here, wind up in the pitch, and it's swung on and popped up. Playable, catchable. It's an out in center field by Jesus Sanchez. So that'll end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves score 3 runs one more time and take a 6-4 lead against the Miami Marlins.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901, but he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-4, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to stay in the game and play right field. First pitch on the way from Jackson Stevens. It's a fastball high and inside. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch on the way from Stevens, and it's a fastball swung on, banged to the left side. Ozzy's got it on a 2-hopper, and there's one away as he flips over to first. Braves 6, Miami 4. If you're just joining us, the Braves scored 3 in the bottom of the 5th, then quickly gave up 4 in the top of the 6th, and then have come back and answered with 3 in the bottom of the 7th. Marlins, all 4 of their runs have come off of 2 2-run shots. Here's the first pitch from Jackson Stevens to Jorge Soler on the way. Fastball inside, 95 miles an hour, drifted inside, and Soler had to jump back. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and grounded up the middle, and Ozzy backhands it. He fumbles it, fires it over to first, and beats him by a half step. There's 2 away. Soler running down the lines, got okay speed. He can't take forever. He backhanded it, kicked off his glove. He quickly grabbed it and flipped it over to first. Looking at the replay, he just beat it by about a quarter step. Big out number 2. Last thing Atlanta would have wanted was to bring the tying run up with Joey Wendell coming to the plate. And here comes Snicker to pull Jackson Stevens. Stevens was cruising along, but he'll head to the pen. We'll be back in a flash.
Is that the sass we love or the back talk we hate?
Unclear. You know, there's a fine line between quippy and mean. I show her Golden Girls. It's just not sinking in.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown! Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Ted Williams is undoubtedly a top 5 hitter in the history of baseball. When he passed away, parts of his family claimed that he wanted to be put into a state of biostasis through being cryogenically frozen. So, surgeons decapitated Williams, froze his body in a giant cylinder, and froze his head in a steel can. This was done with the hope that one day he could be revived from the dead.
August 3rd, 1903. To the editor, it makes sense to teach a child to play chess. But what is the point of a crazy game like baseball? Here in educated America, adults play baseball. They run after a leather ball like children. I want my boy to grow up to be a mensch, not a wild American runner.
Dear sir, let your boy play baseball and play it well, so long as it does not interfere with his education or get him into bad company. Let us not so raise the children that they should grow up foreigners in their own birthplace. Abraham Kahan, editor.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 6-4. 2 outs in the 8th inning, and here comes AJ Minter. AJ Minter is set to face Joey Wendell. Lefty-righty matchup here. Get this last out. The head is to the bottom of the 8th. Here's the first pitch by Minter, and it is a sinker swung on and miss over the top. And that'll Brian De La Cruz is actually coming on to hit for Wendell. De La Cruz batting from the right side. The 0-1 pitch to De La Cruz and swung on and banged foul 90 mile an hour, and it's 0-2. Rewatching that, the play that Dansby scored on, when that ball was corkscrewed into left field, by the time Soler was able to get to the ball, Dansby was on a full throttle and rounding third. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2, just missed the zone. So he hits third base. By the time he was he was bound and determined to go first to third and was flying. So, and like I said, when that ball hit the ground, it corkscrewed, and incredible heads up base running by Dansby got him from first to home. Here's a 1-2 pitch, fastball outside, caught looking. He was looking for the local and got the express, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Braves will try to tack on some runs. Riley, Darno, and Olson all on the way.
You know, a lot of these girls are out here calling each other sis because they're both calling the same dude daddy. What a time to be alive.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How did Mariano Rivera accidentally save the life of one of his teammates? In the 2001 World Series, the Yankees had a 1-run lead against the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th. But in Mariano's second inning of relief, he gave up an RBI double to Tony Womack and a walk-off single to Luis Gonzalez. The planned victory parade in New York was canceled, which meant a change of plans for infielder Enrique Wilson. He was scheduled to leave for his home country of the Dominican Republic 8 days after the World Series, but because the Yankees lost, he moved up his flight a few days. His original plane was American Airlines Flight 587, which ended up crashing and causing the deaths of 265 people. The next year, Rivera talked to Wilson in spring training and told him, "I am glad we lost the World Series because it means that I still have a friend."
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
My mother always said that she loved to go to church, but not to hear the preacher. She could read her Bible at home, but she could only be in church. And baseball has some of that same sense of peace that has nothing to do with ideology, but simply with ritual, familiarity, small truths, sort of lessons of the day that we're familiar with before, but may get a little more light on them that day.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves come back to take a 6-4 lead. Tanner Scott is coming into the game to face Austin Riley. Scott, 4.41 ERA, 12 walks, 15 strikeouts. First pitch on the way, lefty-righty matchup, and it swung on and hit into right field, and it is roasted into right. And what a great running catch by De La Cruz, who's now playing right field for the first out. De La Cruz takes over in right field. Remember, he pinch hit, and Brian Anderson, who was playing right field, switches over to third, which is where we saw Anderson all last weekend when they played the Marlins. De La Cruz was on his horse. Tell you what, if the roles were reversed, there's no way Brian Anderson makes that play. So that'll bring up Darnode, 1 for 3 on the night, takes the first pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-0. One 0 pitch on the way. Scott to Darnode, and he'll bang it foul. Look like the sinker inside, and evens the count at 1-1. One pitch on the way. Here's the delivery. Fastball at the knees. Little inside. They'll call it a strike, and it's 1-2. Darnode kind of had to do a double take. You know, he's not going to complain too much. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and grounded over to first. Grounded over to the second, excuse me. Fires it over to first. Birdie's on it, and there's 2 outs in the Braves' 8th. Coming up for the Marlins, in the top of the 9th inning, Aguilar, Anderson, and Stallings are due up. Whether or not they may pinch hit, a lot of might have to do with whether or not the Braves keep Minter in. Here's the first pitch to Olsen on the way, and it is a slider in the dirt taken for a ball. It's 1-0. One 0 pitch on the way to Olsen. Fastball, outer edge, called for a strike, and it's now 1-1. 97 miles an hour at the knees, just kissed the black. Good pitch by Scott. Marlins are in a full shift. Anything close to the third base side is going to be a single. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Fastball, piped it down the inner part of the plate, 96 miles an hour around the letters, and it's could not catch up. It's 1-2. One-two pitch on the way, and fastball, 98 miles an hour, outer edge, missed by about an inch or two. It's now 2-2. Atlanta does have Jansen up in the bullpen. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll do it. Braves fail to score. We head to the top of the 9th inning. Atlanta leads by 2, and here comes Kenley.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa is the current manager of the White Sox and has been a manager for over 50 years. When he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Quick update. The Mets and Phillies have gotten real close. It's 8-6 New York. Remember, it was 7-0 at one point. That game's in the 7th inning. We can try to keep you updated here till the end of the game. Miami and Boston, they're still pretty early in the third quarter. Miami leads it by 3. Kenley Jansen's coming to the mound to try to close this one out. Kenley Jansen's ERA is a little higher than he'd like at 3.86. 25 strikeouts, 6 walks. He's going to face Aguilar to start this whole thing off. Here's the first pitch. He twists and deals. First pitch, cutter on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, 90 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Aguilar already has a 2-run home run to his name. 0-1 delivery on the way and swung on. 92-mile-an-hour cutter. Missed. It's strike 2. Kenley mainly throws about 90% cutters. He'll mix in a. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and popped up out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Sometimes he'll sneak a fastball in there. He's got an off-speed pitch that he'll go to every once in a while as well. But typically, almost as predominant as Mariano Rivera used to. He lives and breathes on the cutter. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that is the slider in the dirt taken for a ball. It's 1-2. That's the biggest difference between Kenley and Mariano Rivera as far as their repertoire. He will throw that slider in there that kind of keeps you off balance. Normally you won't see it till he gets ahead in the count. 1-2 pitch on the way. He'll kick and fire and popped up. Will that stay in play? And just over the screen. 5 years ago, that's an out, but you can't reach through the screen. And Aguilar stays alive. It's 1-2. 1-2 pitch as Aguilar digs back into the batter's box. Had to get a new ball. Everyone had to get reset in their position as Darno and Riley both gave chase. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and popped up out of play. Do it again at 1-2. Braves 6, Miami 4. Top of the ninth. The 5, 6, and 7 hitter are due up. Brian Anderson stands on deck. 1-2 pitch on the way. And the delivery swung on and just got a piece of that again. Fouls it back. We'll do it again at 1-2. Aguilar really making Kenley work over here. The 8th pitch of the at bat on the way. 1-2 count. Here's the delivery, swung on and hit high and deep into center field. Going back up against the wall is Duvall. He'll just have room to make the catch at the back of the warning track, and there's one away. Aguilar had a confused look on his face when he reached about first base. I think he thought he had gotten that one. He gave it a ride, but I don't think he quite got all of it. The ball was on the outer part of the plate. Might have even been a touch out of the zone. That'll bring up Brian Anderson. We got to get the Marlins out of town before Aguilar, who has been known to get hot in his career, starts lighting on fire. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on, and that ball is sent right back up the middle for a 1-out single for Anderson. Marlins got something brewing here. Top of the 9th inning. Miami and Atlanta, 2-run game. Due up is the catcher Stallings. We'll see what they do here. Anderson just tried not to do too much with it, just trying to get on base. Looks like Stallings is going to bat. Righty versus righty matchup. You got the catcher, so you got a chance for a double play if you can get one on the ground here. And he runs pretty good for a catcher. Here's the first pitch on the way from Jansen, and off the plate. Did he go? He did not. Called for a ball. It's 1-0. Jansen's cutter almost had Stallings chasing. Braves lead by just 2. The tying run is at the plate. One-0 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled down the right field line. Bending way foul. We'll do it again. It's 1-1. The Phillies are knocking on the Mets' door after trailing by 7. It's 8-6, and they've got the tying run at the plate. That game is in the top of the 8th. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Jansen looks in, kicks and deals, and it is a cutter, misses high and away. It's 2-1. Braves 6, Marlins 4. Top of the 9th, 1 out. Jacob Stallings, the catcher, standing at the plate, swung on and popped up high, but that ball is going to go way out of play. No chance to make a play on that, and it's evens up the count at 2-2. You got a 2-2 count. Stallings, who does have a home run on the year. Standing on first is Anderson. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and fouled back out of play. 93-mile-an-hour cutter will do it again at 2-2. Wouldn't that be poetic justice if the Phillies came back and did to the Mets what the Mets did to them? I guess that was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. But they came storming back. I believe they were down by 7. I can't remember the exact number, but I know it was 6 or 7 runs in the 9th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way, and strike 3, slider right at the knees. Stallings doesn't like it, but it was definitely right there in the knees and right over the plate. Caught looking. He was looking for the cutter. That's the old-fashioned looking for the express and got the local. That was a knee buckler. Literally, Stallings' knees buckled, and there's 2 away. Home plate umpire Conroy actually gave Stallings the benefit of the doubt because normally you get tossed for that. But it's towards the end of the game, he probably figures let him have his say. So here we go. Marlins are down to their last out. Jesus Sanchez will come to the plate, batting .216, does have 4 home runs. He represents the tying run. It's a righty-lefty matchup. And Sanchez has speed. Standing on deck is Miguel Rojas. Here's the first pitch, and it is a cutter, outer edge. Think that kissed the side of the zone, but they're going to call it a ball. It's 1-0. On the pitch, Brian Anderson moved up to second. The defense was essentially not paying attention. He's basically just, his run essentially means nothing, but he eliminates the force. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way and is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Cutter, top of the zone, could not make contact, and it evens up the count. Braves 6, Marlins 1. Atlanta leads by 2. 1-1 count on the way. Here's the pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 2. Cutter, top of the zone. Jesus Sanchez and the Miami Marlins are down to their last strike. Crowd is on their feet. A 1-2 count. Kenley steps off the rubber for a second. Regain himself here. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Sanchez, lefty-righty matchup. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and it is a slide cutter outside, ball 2. Evens up the count. Standing on deck, Rojas. You got a 2-2 count. Deuces are wild. 2-2 count. Braves lead by 2. There's 2 outs. Runner on second. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Game on the line. And yak him. Sit him down. Strike 3. Sanchez took the pitch. He's arguing with Blue, but you can't take a pitch that close to the zone. Might have been a touch off the plate, but that'll end it. And the Atlanta Braves and the pinch hit here of Ronald Acuna Jr. come back and beat the Marlins 6-4. A lot of heroes on the night. Dansby Swanson came around to score to give Atlanta the big insurance run, hustling all the way from first to home on what was basically a corkscrew double. Acuna right before that had ripped his own double down the line, coming off the bench to pinch hit. For Travis Demerit. Getting into the action tonight, you had one home run by Austin Riley. Darnold had a double. Contreras had a double. Acuna had a double. Ozzie Albies had a double. So 5 extra base hits. The Braves score 6. Ian Anderson pitched a pretty good game until ran out of gas at the end. Felt like they left him in just a little too long. But they're trying to piece together that bullpen so you can kind of understand it. Kenley Jansen comes in and slams the door. I thought Jackson Stevens was the pitcher of the game. Well, that's going to go ahead and end it. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. Braves win 6-4. Big W. And oh, by the way, the Phillies are still threatening in the top of the 8th inning. Before we get out of here, I'll go ahead and put that score on the scoreboard so you can keep an eye on that as Philly and the Mets are rolling along. We'll see you Tuesday night. The Atlanta Braves are in Arizona, 9:40 first pitch, kind of a late one. We'll see all you night owls on Tuesday night for Braves Country Baseball. Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Hey, baseball fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. The biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get